considering that the UFC White House is approximately 11 months away, and already there's some problems going on, and a little bit of some problems in paradise, as they say, right? We're going to get to the bottom of that. What is going on with these issues that is plaguing the White House right now? We're going to find out. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the thumbnail right on this video, and we're going to get on and cracking. Okay, so here we go. 4 main topics that we're going to talk about: the UFC White House issues and the challenges for the company and the Trump administration. Okay, so those are the topics that we're going to talk about. Also, UFC China happening in a couple of hours. I mean, literally, right? You got until midnight, and then after midnight, once it's 3 a.m. here in the West Coast, then UFC China is on. But that's only for the real hardcores that are going to get up for that one, right? It's easy to be a UFC fan, obviously, when there is a fight night going on at a prime time, when there's a pay-per-view going on at a prime time. But what about these overseas cards? And by the way, when the UFC started doing all these overseas cards back in 2013 and 14 or so, right, was some of the most memorable times that I had as a fan, right? Waking up for the Michael Bisping versus Kung Lee fight, among other fights that they had in the Venetian. There was also, how about Michael Bisping fighting Kelvin Gastelum 2 weeks after getting choked out by George St. Pierre? Obviously, that fight card was supposed to have Anderson Silva versus Gastelum, but I think Anderson Silva fell out at that time for whatever reason he had. And then in came Michael Bisping. They're like, well, you know what? I just fought George St. Pierre. I'm good, at least, you know, in the parts of just getting choked out. But he got rocked in that fight too. So ultimately, that wasn't exactly the best solution for Michael Bisping to go in there, right? But nonetheless, he went in there anyway and ended his career right there against Kelvin Gastelum. Conor McGregor, now back in training. New training footage has emerged, right? What are we going to take from this? Javid says, hello. Hi, bro. How are you? Let me know what part of the world you are from. Everybody around the world that's tapped in right now, all 21 people that's in here, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because we got an interesting topic that we are going to talk about today. A few interesting topics. Okay, Dogo says, hi, how are you? Let me know what part of the world you guys are from. Let me know in the comment section below what part of the world you are from. BKFC Frankie Edgar versus Jimmy Rivera. Also, Jeremy Stevens taking on Mike Perry. Where are you from? I am from Sacramento, California, my friend. So welcome. I think this is the first time I've seen you here in this chat. I welcome you and everybody else in here. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you can, please. And we will get right on to this topic. Okay, also, Jeremy Stevens taking on Mike Perry. We're going to take a look at some of the press conference that they had going on with that. I didn't even know there was a press conference for that. And the question is BKFC a destination for former UFC fighters? And I'm going to say yes and no. You see, it wasn't such a good idea for Luke Rockhold to get in there, right? Wasn't a good idea. He lost his tooth. On top of that, he's not a very good boxer. He even admits it. Now he's in a boxing match against Darren Till, and it'll be really interesting to see how much he has evolved from then. But overall, BKFC was not the sport for him. Let me tell you who it was for. Mike Perry. Obviously, the man that has defeated Luke Rockhold. So that sport was obviously for him 100%, right? But what about for Jeremy Stevens? Is this for him? I would say it is, right? All these guys that were mediocre in the UFC somehow are top stars in BKFC, and that tells you a lot. That tells you a couple of things. That tells you that MMA and boxing are two completely different sports. And BKFC, bare knuckle fighting, is a different sport in and of itself, because you got boxers that are in there getting beat up by guys that are mediocre MMA fighters. How about Artem Lobov? By the way, shout out to Artem Lobov. He's got a fight going on in October. So, yeah, just something to think about on that one. Hold on real quick. Because Gino right here. Gino wrote, Khamzat is unstoppable. There is no one who can defeat him. The only person who stands a chance and is destined to defeat Chimaev is DDP. Oh, and we all saw how that went down. DDP with a rematch will win because he has no choice. Huh. Okay, that's I'm gonna pin that comment right there, Gino. That's interesting, right? You say that DDP has no choice, but he will win a rematch. So in other words, what you're saying is that stylistically, DDP is the only one that could handle Khamzat. Now, the problem with that is obviously the way that Khamzat handled DDP, it is as if he gave DDP absolutely nothing to show for it, right? Which is a problem in and of itself. And that alone tells you why Khamzat is absolutely, how do I say this, very unstoppable to that degree, right? So, all right, let's get to the first topic at hand, right? Because obviously we're going to get to the Conor McGregor training footage as well. I kind of wanted to give a little bit of a breakdown of what others may not be seeing in that, right? So we're going to find out what all of that is about. Okay, so let's see here. Let's get to this article of is Conor fighting Chandler? Gino is asking. Well, we're going to get to that actually, because believe it or not, what I'm going to talk about right now with the UFC White House has some correlation to what we're going to talk about with Conor McGregor and his training footage that has recently emerged, okay? So Dana White insists that the UFC must overcome some major issues surrounding the weight of the octagon for the White House to host the super event at, by the way, the South Lawn. You know how there's an east wing, a west wing of the White House? Then there's the South Lawn. That is where they are planning to have this place. That is where they're planning to have this event take place. Now, the UFC Supremo is set to fly out to Washington, D.C. on August 28th to hold negotiations and explore the logistics to put this extravagant event together. But one obstacle is for the White House to host the cards following a new $7.7 deal linked up with CBS and Paramount. Now, over 7 years could be the sheer weight of the octagon. Okay, so that could be the problem here, right? This is a different challenge in that Dana White wants to do it at the South Lawn, and they have some weight issues. Okay, the octagon is approximately 25,000 pounds. So it's going to be incredibly challenging. Then there's the weather, which I hate and said I would never do it again in Abu Dhabi, according to Dana White, right? And I don't give a ish if it snows, we're going to be out in the South Lawn. So that's interesting, right? Now, what if it starts raining in the middle of July? You never know, right? We can only hope that that's not what happens, right? But the president of the United States, obviously, Donald Trump confirmed that there will be an Independence Day event with UFC ready to host a card on the White House lawn. Now, also, another interesting thing that Trump has brought up in some of the conversations he's had when he was, when I believe he was at a rally, the first time that he had admitted that there was going to be a White House fight. He said that he's going to also hold amateur events, and my speculation on that could be the BJJ events that he has going on. Hardly amateur, by the way, but to the standards of MMA where there's punching involved, yeah, I guess you could say it looks like an amateur startup sport in comparison to that of MMA, right? They will probably hold boxing events, maybe perhaps some sort of like fight night, just right before, maybe something that is taking place in Washington, D.C., or maybe some sort of amateur tournament, right? Sort of like what they do with the IMMAF, something similar to that. So there's going to be an extravagant event planned around this White House card that is not just the UFC card itself, right? But there's a lot going on. Gino says, to my understanding, the White House card has a problem regarding building regulations. The lawn can't hold the stage yet. Yes, so that is the main topic at hand right here, right? So Dana White says, I'm flying out there by the end of this month, which is going to be the 28th, to meet with Trump, right? He's going to show them all the renderings, the plans, see what he wants to do and what he doesn't want to do, and then they're going to start from there, according to Dana White, right? But not even thinking about any of the fights right now. It's still a year away. So right now, the main topic at hand that the UFC is trying to get at right now is just trying to get the fight going, right? The card itself will build all throughout the year. I've told you guys there's Ilia Topuria that's fighting in December, and then there's Islam Makhachev fighting in November, of which both of them I'm going to project that they're going to win. Now, obviously, it's mixed martial arts. Anything can happen. But rest assured, Islam Makhachev is going to win his fight against JDM. I don't care what any of you say in New Zealand, Australia, or any of that. I don't care if you guys say that I'm biased because I have a beard like Islam or Khamzat Makhachev. He's going to win that fight. So Gino says, yeah, he's definitely winning. And so is Ilia Topuria. He's definitely going to win his fight against Justin Gaethje in December. Now, that hasn't been formally announced yet, but obviously that is what is in the works right now. But rest assured, Ilia Topuria is going to remain active in December or January, more than likely in December. And guess what? Islam in November, Ilia Topuria in December, and then July comes around. They've got a whole winter, a whole spring to get ready for a fight camp at the White House in July. Now, I know that they're not American fighters, and this is supposed to be an American-themed event. Forget all that. Let's just say that the UFC is a gift to America, no matter who is there, and that's really all there is to it. It doesn't have to be predicated on a champion of an American citizenship status or anything like that. It's the UFC. It was built in America, regardless of who the champions are, whether foreign or domestic. Okay? So Gino says, and I can promise you Topuria will win and Justin and Armin. Okay, so we'll win against Justin and Armin. So, okay, so you're saying, okay, it could be Armin as well, right? It could be Armin that will get that title shot. But I would not be surprised if Justin overpasses everybody just based on seniority alone, right? So, by the way, a host of superstar fighters have been thrown their hats into that ring to feature that card. Okay, that also includes John Jones, and by the way, the man of the hour, the man with the power, Conor McGregor, which is what we're going to talk about with his training session. But first, yeah, let's continue on with this White House situation, right? Bubba Angel says Justin not getting a title shot. That is if they don't want Armin to be in there, or if Armin can't make it for any other reasons. Now, I got to tell you, I saw a doctor mention about what happened with Armin Tsarukyan, right? So it seemed serious enough for him to pull out of that fight. So does that mean that he's going to pull out of this fight as well? Probably not. I can't correlate that and say that that is a reality. But yeah, Bubba Angel says they don't care if arms in all camps and heavy grapplers at the moment. They don't care if Armin is an all champ. They don't care if arms and all champs. Explain what that means. I think had a little bit of some grammatical error there in what you are trying to convey, but I think I know what you mean by that. Daniel 218 says Road to UFC is live on Fight Pass, brother. Oh, is it? Okay. Road to UFC. So I'm assuming that is the Asian card that they have going on. Okay, thank you for that, by the way. Let me see if I could pull that up right now. So thank you for telling me that, Daniel, by the way. Conor McGregor versus who will make a super fight, because honestly, Chandler does not bring a fan base. Yeah, I think a lot of people are having a little bit of Michael Chandler fatigue at the moment, right? Bubba says they don't care if Armin is the champ. Most champs are grapplers at the moment. Okay. So in other words, there's a chance that they're not going to give the fight to Armin because he's a grappling heavy fighter, and well, Justin Gaethje is a grappler by nature, but obviously fights in the way that he does, and so that would probably be a much more entertaining fight for Ilia Topuria. Okay, so that's, I think, what you mean. Prince Vandros, shout out to you. He says, I just came back from a live street fight. Oh, wow. I paid $10 to watch two fat guys fight. It was hilarious. And one of the guys got hooked and fell out of the octagon into the crowd. It was hilarious. Wow. So $10 was worth it, I would assume, Prince Vandros, right? And you didn't have to live stream that one or illegally live stream that one. Obviously, you paid them for their hard-earned money, and hopefully the two guys that are involved in that, somehow get compensated for their work. So that's quite interesting there. Bubba Angel says also Justin could get a title shot first and then retire, assuming he loses, but only happens because the UFC is like the WWE right now. Correct. Prince Vandro says it was worth it. Gino says Ilia Topuria is much more capable of breaking the grapplers, making them look bad. Marab did it not too long ago. Is much more capable of breaking grapplers. Okay, so that is true, right? That he does pose a dangerous matchup for everybody else. I see what you mean by that. Yes, he definitely is a threat to a lot of grapplers, and he could grapple as well. So that is not something to deny in any kind of way. Okay, I don't have Fight Pass, so there is no link for that. Okay, I'm going to have to just see the highlights for that fight later on. But Bubba says, can't believe how and DDP's wrestling was. I can defend takedowns better. Man, you know what? It was absolutely disappointing, wasn't it? But at the same time, you know what? Is it anything that we expected less out of Khamzat? And by the way, a little revelation here, right? I think Khamzat's camp, and I don't want to take anything away from DDP, but I think Khamzat's camp advised him to go 5 rounds with Dricus du Plessis. I think they really knew that they could beat this guy. And oh, shout out to the homie Zubs. Shout out to you, Zubs. West Side up in here, man. We got some real West Coast players up in here. William M says, hey, brother, it's been a while. Major salute. Salute to you, my man. William M, Semper Fi. Yes, fellow Marine. What's good? Gino says, but I promise you, Khamzat Chimaev will go undefeated for a long time, and then DDP will take his title and his 0. Okay. So, in other words, DDP has to go to Dagestan maybe for 1 year and forget, right? I know they say 2 to 3 years and forget, but DDP is already a lifelong mixed martial artist, and he has to stay active, and he can't be inactive for a long time. So maybe 1 year is sufficient enough to take a break and get his thing going. William M says, good to see you, brother. Good to see you as well. Gino says, but I promise you, Khamzat will go undefeated for a long time until DDP gets his title shot. Yeah, man, I don't know about that, man. I don't know if DDP will ever beat him, because the discrepancy between their skills is just so high, right? The discrepancy is so high that it is damn near impossible for him to win in any capacity. right? He just has a lot of catching up to do. He says, the beard looks awesome. Thank you, my man. Gino says, bear in mind, Khamzat Chimaev could not finish Dricus, and he did not even hurt DDP. Well, once again, I said I'm speculating, but his camp wanted him to go 5 rounds. He never went 5 rounds, and as a champion, what a great way to introduce yourself to the championship life when going into 5 rounds, as opposed to just going in there Conor McGregor style and knocking him out in 13 seconds, and you've seen the career trajectory of Conor McGregor afterwards. Sometimes a finish, I got to tell you, man, if I had a choice between a guy, like who would I feel would be less dangerous, right? If I had to choose an opponent, would it be the guy that gets all these first round knockouts, or is it the guy that has been to championship fights? I'm going to tell you, the guy that I would be scared of the most is the guy that's been through the championship fights. Because the guy that's been getting all these first round knockouts, I'm going to know what to expect. All right, you know what? This guy is a knockout artist. I'm going to stay away from his right hand. I'm going to stay away from his left, depending on which one is stronger and depending which one he hits harder with. And as a result of that, I'm going to get away from it. I'm going to dodge it, and so on and so forth, right? So the guy that has 5 rounds of experience, championship rounds, that is a dangerous guy to deal with because he can be dangerous at any time. Sure, he's not a knockout artist in terms of first round knockouts and this and that, but the more rounds that he's putting in, okay, the more dangerous that he will be with the more rounds that we put in together in the fight. So I need you guys to think about that. Okay, let me catch up on this one. Okay, so bear in mind, Khamzat could not finish Dricus. He also could not even hurt DDP. DDP has the strength but no skill, but felt the pressure. He should do his homework. Okay, so it's not impossible. I mean, look at Francis Ngannou and Stipe Miocic, right? You've seen the difference between the second Francis Ngannou fight. He stuffed the takedowns. He even took Stipe down himself, and as a result of it, he got the knockout. So maybe, but Dricus is not Francis Ngannou in more ways than one. And I'm talking about, who's more African than the other two. So, there's that, right? There's the other aspect of that. William says, I just started growing mine a month ago. It's already getting too long. Thank you, brother. God bless. God bless for a good beard. That's right, my man. That's right. Inshallah. Baba Angel says, for real. And I thought Dricus was going to win with some crazy South African wrestling. I mean, that's an oxymoron to say, right? South African wrestling says nobody ever, right? I heard of Iranian wrestling. I've heard of even British wrestling, right? They got a British national team, which, by the way, Callum Bisping, the son of Michael Bisping, I believe is going to try out for, even though he lives in Orange County in LA, right? He's going to try out for the British team. So they have a British wrestling team. I'm not saying that they're that good, but there's the Iranians, there's the British, there's the Americans, there's the Russians. Egypt is also very good at that too. They medal a lot in wrestling. So then there's Dagestan. So yeah, love the shirt, brother. Thank you, man. Just representing NorCal, right? A little bro MMA type of shirt, I guess they would say, right? The black shirt with the NorCal thing. I mean, yeah. Kind of bringing back a little bit of that, 07 vibe, if you know what I mean. Gino says, to be honest, please be brutally honest. Khamzat Chimaev decided to do maybe the 4th round just striking. What do you think would have happened? I think Khamzat has a very underrated boxing. I think he's got very underrated kickboxing. I think that he just goes with the takedown because it's a sure thing to victory. Look, let's get into sports psychology for a second in regards to Khamzat Chimaev, right? This is very important to understand. You want to know who Khamzat Chimaev thanked right after the win. I need you guys to hit the like button right now. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button one more time, and I'm going to explain to you who Khamzat Chimaev thanked after the fact. I need you to hit that like button right now before I go into it. All right, there it is. All right, so there's a like button. He thanked Ramzan Kadyrov. You know what happened with Ramzan Kadyrov when Khamzat got sick, right? Khamzat wanted to retire. Ramzan Kadyrov said, hell no, you're not going to retire. There's no way I'm going to let you retire. You're going to keep going because you are the pride of Chechnya, and I need you to be the face of Chechnyan MMA, and I need you to be the face of the UFC as a result of that for the good of the propaganda of our country. Okay? So you got to think, Khamzat was about to retire because of this COVID scare that he had going on. Ramzan Kadyrov revived him, okay? Brought in his own doctors from Chechnya, brought him out of Sweden, brought him into Chechnya, and then said, you know what, I'm going to take care of you. Whatever you need, training facilities, doctors. So now there's a lot of this pressure for Khamzat to win. So if you want to win, you got to go with the sure thing. What is the sure thing? The sure thing is wrestling. Let's go with the wrestling. I got a lot of pressure from the president of Chechnya who wants me to be the face of Chechnya and the face of MMA. So I got to win. What is the sure thing to do? I'm going to shoot in for a takedown. Now, can he strike with you? Yes, he can if you put him in a situation where you have to strike with him. But other than that, I think that Khamzat has underrated boxing and kickboxing and is hesitant to show it because wrestling is a sure thing to victory. So love that shirt too, man. Fire, thank you. If DDP could just counter one takedown with a knee, the game would have changed. Okay, so William says, hope you're having a great weekend. Stay blessed, brother. Stay safe, brother. Thank you, my man. USA, Connecticut. Okay, so we got some people from Connecticut in here. Shout out to you on that. He would have maybe lose, but he wanted to strike, but Armin said no. Yes, that is true. Khabib, you know what, was instructed the same thing when he fought Conor McGregor, if you remember. What did he do? After that round where he was told, listen, take it to the ground, right? Khabib comes back with an overhand right and knocks Conor McGregor down. The first time you ever seen Conor McGregor get knocked down. Maybe Khabib saw something in a Floyd Mayweather fight that made him think, you know what, I could knock this guy down, and lo and behold, he did. Just gave you some likes, my brother. Thank you, my man. Thank you, William. Bubba says, I feel like Khamzat got used almost like it feels weird. I feel like Khamzat got used almost, it feels weird. Okay, so you're trying to say that, sorry, a little bit of a grammatical error there. I think what you're trying to say is that he got used by Ramzan Kadyrov when in reality he was probably done with fighting because of the demoralization that he got out of, out of pretty much, from the COVID scare he got. Bubba says, no, all dogs just throw overhand, and Conor wasn't locked in. No, all dogs just throw overhand rights, and Conor wasn't locked in. Yeah. Because obviously, at the time, 2016 to 17, 18, he was the best striker in MMA, right? And obviously that notion got put to the test by Khabib, who many people will say is a very underrated striker and got knocked down. So, okay, so no, all dags just throw overhand rights. Conor wasn't. Okay, so you're saying it's not something that Dagestanis usually throw. It's just that Conor wasn't locked in, and as a result of that, he got knocked down. Okay, so going back to the topic of the White House, right? What do you think John Jones would do in a couple of months that would make me trust him in putting into the White House? This is what Dana White said to the reporter. He said, and I quote, I already said I don't trust him, and you're asking me what could he do for me to trust him in the next 3 months? You don't trust him. I haven't talked to him at all. I would not bet on it. If I have to make odds, it's 1,000,000,000 to 1. I put John Jones in the White House card. Wow. Okay, so there you go. That's Dana White in a nutshell right there. Bubba says, no, I'm saying they all throw overhand rights. Oh, okay. I call it the Pakistani overhand. Okay, the Pakistani overhand. That's interesting. Why do you call it that? Was that inspired by a Pakistani boxer or something like that, or or maybe because Pakistan is not really known for boxing, that maybe it looked kind of sloppy, of course, there is Hamza Shiraz, right? Probably one of the best boxers out right now, but obviously the guy doesn't just represent Pakistan. He's obviously, you know, an English British fighter. But okay, I see what you mean by that. Okay, so the Conor McGregor training video. I'm going to show you guys the Conor McGregor training video right now. Let's see what we could pull up with the Conor McGregor training video right now. Let's see here. Okay, so this is what I saw yesterday, okay? Right here. Let me show you guys this. Okay, so a little breakdown on that video, right? I like this right here. I'm going to tell you what Conor McGregor is trying to convey with this training method right here. Many people like to, how do I say this? They like to throw multiple shots, multiple combos. You ever seen Conor Benn's training videos and Chris Eubank's training videos? It's like combo, combo after combo after combo, right? But in reality, when you're throwing these combos, okay, you're not really throwing these combos at the same time when you're in the middle of a fight, when you're trying to gauge distance, when you're trying to chase your opponent. You're not really doing that. When you're in the verge of trying to finish them, maybe you are. Maybe you are when you're trying to finish them. But not in a regular fight where you're measuring distance, you're measuring your opponent, you're measuring for that one shot kill, right? And that is what Conor McGregor is emphasizing. He's saying, listen, throw hard, throw fast, but also know when to rest, okay? Because sometimes some guys just know how to throw 100% and don't really know how to gauge anything else other than that. So, okay, so that's one thing that I noticed with that. Let me read some comments right here. He's saying, no, he's saying here, okay, I call it the, okay, he says, I call it that because Dagestani camps only work in so much when they stop and push grappling. That's why they throw the same looking overhand rights. Okay, Mass Awakening says, hey, what's going on? What's going on, my man? We're talking about Conor McGregor's training right now. We're talking about BKFC, some former UFC stars that are in there, and we just talked about the White House and some of the issues that they have going on, and we're also talking about UFC China, which, by the way, Brian Ortega was taken out of this fight due to a missed weight, but we're going to talk about that. Man, he flew all the way to China just to miss weight, and that's crazy work, man. But on any regard, okay, so yeah, that is Conor McGregor's training method right there. More training footages to emerge right here that I'm going to show you guys with Conor McGregor. Okay, so let me show you what he's got going on right here real quick. Okay, so there's one grappling exchange that he had there. Very interesting observation, Bubba Angel. He said that he's only working so much on striking, not so much on grappling, right? Now, that's very interesting. Artem Lobov went onto the Ariel Helwani show a couple of days ago, right? Maybe a week ago. And he mentioned some of the things that Conor McGregor needs to do. He says that he needs to get in there and wrestle and grapple and do jujitsu. And he says that this is the best way to get the fibers of your body going for your upcoming fight or whatever fight you want to get into next, especially if it's a mixed martial arts contest. Now, him working on striking and him working on only striking with these boys and these up-and-coming fighters that he's got going on here tells me a couple of things, right? It tells me that maybe Conor just wants to train in a way that he is comfortable training, right? In other words, he's just only going to work on what he knows best. And what he knows best is striking. It is what got him to the dance, right? So there is a comfort level in that. The other side of that is the fact that he is such an expert striker that maybe you are giving these boys a great opportunity of a lifetime, right? To learn from one of the best strikers ever in MMA, right? So maybe he's doing them a favor in that regard. Again, you never know. You never know if that's the case or this, that, and the other, but that is my speculation on that. Now, do I think that he's ready for the White House? At this point right now, no. But a year from now, you never know, right? It depends on how locked in he is. It depends on how much he can stay away from the drugs, this and the other. Oh, okay. One more thing before I elaborate on that, right? So this is what Conor McGregor is working on right here, right? This is stance switching, right? By the way, stance switching is very important in MMA more than it is in boxing, but obviously in boxing, it's been used by the likes of Terrence Crawford and has successfully implemented that style, right? But in MMA, it's even better because you can prevent a lot of takedown shots. You can mix up your stance in a way that can confuse the person that is either trying to outstrike you or the person that is trying to out grapple you or trying to catch you at a single leg or double leg. You can create a different stance and a different, outlook, for them to see, right? So as a way to sort of, confuse them. But okay, so Bubba Angel says, no, I meant the Dags, but yes, he should wrestle. Oh, okay. So you're saying that they only work on grappling as well and not so much on striking. Well, here's the thing about combat sambo, right? Which is important to know and understand. Combat sambo is literally a sport of MMA. It is amateur MMA. It is MMA with a gi, and it is MMA with headgear and gloves and shin pads. So it's literally doing a little bit of everything. Bubba Angel says, OFC, I would start to strike OFC. What is OFC on the what? Let me know what OFC means. Sorry, I'm a little older. Obviously, I may not understand all the internet languages, so please elaborate for me what OFC says. I would start to strike too because grappling would annoy me if I was tarting again. If I was trying to, explain, what that means, just so I can have, better context in what you were saying. But yeah, so I don't think Conor McGregor is ready for the White House. I don't think that it is a good idea for him to fight at the White House. But once again, we will see, right? We will see if he's ready at that time. But right now, I just don't think that he has. Really good if they don't notice when you switch. Yes. That is what it is. So, okay, so he's teaching these kids something, very valuable and important here, right? So, shout out to Conor McGregor for that one. And, obviously probably a huge honor for a lot of these guys to, work with Conor McGregor. Look, this is what Conor McGregor needs to do. He needs to stay in the gym, inspire the youth, right? Inspire upcoming guys, because this will only motivate you into that hunger. Remember Rocky, when Rocky was brought to LA by Apollo Creed, and he walked in that gym, and everybody in that gym, as soon as they saw Rocky, they all looked at Rocky like he was food, right? And so what did Apollo Creed you know, say to Rocky, he's like, look, Rocky, see those guys? They got the eye of the tiger. You had it when we fought, and we need to get that back. So, yeah, of course. Oh, okay. It means of course. Okay, got it. Okay, okay. Okay, so that is, okay, so now I learned something new. Okay, so OFC means of course. Okay, good, good. All right, so now on to BKFC news, right? We got Jeremy Stephens taking on Mike Perry, probably one of the best BKFC fighters right now, right? So we also have the debut of Frankie Edgar taking on Jimmy Rivera. Now, I got to tell you why this is interesting, right? The type of style that Frankie Edgar has going on, it is absolutely perfect for BKFC. He knows how to move around. He knows how to duck and dodge. He's got good footwork. He's got great hands, as you've seen in the Gray Maynard fight and many of the fights Frankie Edgar has had. This is perfect for him. Look, boxing is perfect for MMA fighters, retiring MMA fighters. You want to know why? It's not as heavy on the body. You got to understand that it takes a lot of hip muscle to throw kicks. It takes a lot of explosion and a lot of anaerobic work in order to, let's say, complete a takedown. And it's a lot of wear and tear on your body, right? The grappling is a huge wear and tear on your body. In comparison to boxing, you wake up, what's the first thing you do? You go run, you go do your sit-ups, maybe you do your sit-ups, maybe a little weights, and then you throw punches like this all day long. This is your training all day long, right? You're not throwing punches, you're not throwing kicks, you're just doing this all day long, right? For hours and hours, you're doing all this all day long. You're doing this for 30 minutes. You're doing this for 30 minutes. And in the other 30 minutes, you're working on hooks. And in the other 30 minutes, you're working on, you know, uppercuts, hooks, right? And then the next 30 minutes, you're working on footwork. And then the next 30 minutes, you're working on bobbing and weaving. It's very easy. Comparison to 25 minutes of wrestling, 25 minutes of grappling, and then 25 minutes of trying to condition yourself for a striking match involving grappling exchanges on top of it. So it's very taxing on your body, right? So this is why it is perfect for an MMA fighter to get into boxing right after their MMA career. And Frankie Edgar is doing exactly that. So he's going to be taking on the former UFC vet himself, Pereira, Jimmy Pereira. I'm saying Pereira. I mean Jimmy Rivera. Okay, so all right, let's get to first off the press conference between Mike Perry and Jeremy Stephens. So let's see the. Apparently there was a fight that broke out. So okay. Okay, so we'll go with the highlights. We'll go with the highlights right here. So, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
I was expecting a lot from you for the Jake Paul fight. And I want to ask you for a huge favor, and it is a question. Can you bring Jake Paul to BKFC and do us all a favor and end it all once and for all, man?
I would love to face Jake Paul with no gloves on. I think it's a different game. I don't.
Bubba, who you say should quit? Who did you say should quit? Let me know on the comment section below who you mean by that.
That he'll do it. You know, for his fans, I think his fans don't think that he'll do it. I think other people think that they're too good for this stuff, but there's nothing as real as this when you're in the ring with no protection. I'm gonna raw dog Jeremy's face, and then, you know, we'll go from there. But I would love to rematch Jake, especially with no gloves.
All right, we got a question. This was to Jeremy Stephens. It's from Rudy Rodriguez, and the come on now.
You know what? People forget he fought Jake Paul in a boxing match. So very interesting. Yeah, it's crazy that people forget that.
Podcast. He said Eddie Alvarez couldn't make any impact on Mike Perry.
You have a 20, 30-pound weight class difference here. What makes you think that your punches will have any impact on Barry, who simply walked through everything Alvarez threw at him with such a size difference?
I snapped Eddie's fucking jaw. Mike's breaking orbitals. Like, it's too hot for TV shit. BKFC is the baddest, bloodiest combat sports. It's #1. And you got two of the best fucking fighters. One might be lighter, one might be bigger, but I'm fucking better. And I got to go there and prove it. I'm not here for the check. I'm here to break this motherfucker's neck and the opportunity of whooping your fucking boss.
He said, I'm not here for the check. I'm here to break his effing neck. Wow. Hey, you know what? Jeremy Stevens just came off of a UFC fight in UFC Iowa, right? They brought him back one time for Iowa. And yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I know that he's from Iowa, but to me, he's a San Diego guy, but whatever.
Comes with it.
That's my line.
Fuck
You're a
everybody,
fan.
dude.
You're
Everybody's all against me. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna fucking murder this cat. He's gonna wake up.
What?
He's gonna be like, oh, the hardest hitting 45er had to step up and fucking prove to what I already know and certain of. I'm gonna fucking smash you.
Yeah. Fair enough. I'm gonna weight bully you, and you're gonna get fucked up. I'm gonna knock your teeth out.
That's where your world ends and mine begins.
Hey,
bro.
you can
come
finally
fucking
get
forward,
that
you're going to
smile
sleep,
fit.
bro. I crack
Fuck those teeth up. You
motherfuckers
can
all
finally
day.
get your smile
My
fit.
right hand doesn't
You
break.
get some new teeth from bare knuckle.
Good night.
The
Like a
star.
hard.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, and 1. We have now begun with our coverage of UFC Shanghai, Walker versus Zhang, also Ortega taking on Sterling. Now, what about the interesting storyline going into this matchup, right? Obviously, Brian Ortega at the weigh-ins looked completely horrible. Now, that could be various reasons as to why. Maybe he ate something in the area that he shouldn't have. You know that happens a lot, especially if you have a American fighter in a foreign country. On top of that, you got a big time difference. Imagine flying from LA all the way to Shanghai. You got to imagine the type of jet lag that Ortega's experiencing right now. Now, of course, Aljo is probably experiencing a much worse jet lag, considering the fact that he is from New York, right? Which is an even bigger leap for Brian Ortega. But yeah, for those of you that are joining me right now, we are live to the live as live can be. Of course, I'm coming in audio form right now. I may or I may not appear on camera tonight, depending on just the situation that I got going on right now, depending on how busy or not busy I am. But for now, we will keep it on audio, and we will have a great time covering UFC China, Shanghai, in the middle of a very early West Coast morning, mind you. Okay? So let me give you guys a little bit of some reminders of what shows I've been on. Shout out to Rich Trapper. I've been on his show. Let me show you real quick. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie. My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
Yeah, man. So shout outs to Rich Trapper. By the way, one of the homies of Rollin' 60s, Crip, famous rapper, Nipsey Hussle. So, yeah, man, big fan of his work. So it was great to, get that opportunity to be in the same mic with one of his homies. So, on any regard, we got the prelims going on tonight. We got some interesting comments from everybody around the world. You know what? Let's go through all of them from the very beginning of literally an hour ago, right? We're going to go through all the comments that everybody has dropped, and then we're going to begin the show. So let's see here. The comment section that we got right now is, 51 minutes. Okay, we'll go. Okay, so reading comments from fans, that's on this segment right now. Okay, so let's start from the very beginning. The Conor McGregor, right? Not the real Conor McGregor, but you know what I mean. Another Johnny Walker goofy KO incoming. Well, that is his prediction for the night. I said, oh, I can't wait, Conor. Hey, and that's your gym mate. By the way, for those of you that don't know, Walker trains at SBG Ireland. Blake Smith says, Aljo winning. I said, oh, yes, Blake, that weight cut is bad for Ortega. Blake Smith says, every division, next fights, featherweight Van, bantamweight Corey, featherweight Mobzar. He said lightweight should be Armin, welterweight Islam, middleweight should be the winner of Kai and Nazadim. Okay. And light heavyweight is Alex Pereira, and heavyweight is Gone. He says, I like that line. Oops, sorry about that. Had little issues with the mic there. I said, yeah, heavyweight hasn't been really impressive. And in fact, what I was saying before the mic had gone off is that actually Tom Aspinall concurs with that. You know, but aside from all that, all those other divisions, I like that matchup. Tread Smoke, shout out to you. Anal Heat Seeker 69. Ginder HMU. I don't know what he means by that. Why does gay sex and okay, yeah, that's weird. Okay, real weird comments from this dude. I'm not even going to advertise that comment. Yeah, weird comments. Yeah, weird comments, man. Okay, we're going to delete that comment. Okay, we're going to delete that comment. Zarina asks, yeah, I don't understand what that means. Am I going to be going live? Of course, I'm going to be going live for all of them. So, anyone, I don't know what Goonin is, man. Kyrie Bro is the hardest fight for Kamzat. Says I'm Goonin right now. He says, okay, that's weird. Okay. Weird comments from this guy right here. Weird comments from this dude. Okay, we're not going to go into that. Okay, so Kadu says Ortega out of the grave. T-City sub win versus Aljo. Says what's up, Danger? Are you a T-City fan? He's good, just not on the on the Aljo train. He says, hey, good to see you again, my friend. Favorite channel. That means a lot, by the way, coming from Gino. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Haha. Yeah, Aljo hasn't been a fan favorite since Peter Yan series. Are we doing a play-by-play commentary or actually watching a card here? We will be covering the whole entire card. Danger. Shout out to you, my man. He says, hey, Gino, how are you, brother? Really appreciate your support, my dude. Really humbled. Gino says, but then again, Conor's fighting style won't work against the elites. Kadu says, coked up. I said, yes, we will cover the fights here. Back in the days, he used to knock his female sparring partners. I don't know what he means by that. Gino says, if Conor fight at the White House, and if he wins, he will fight again. But if he loses, he will never fight again. January 21st will be 5 years since his last fight. I was laughing at what Kadu was saying, and I said, yo, Danger, that's crazy. But he did rematch Dustin within that July 21st, same year. So Gino says, appreciate it, respect Kyrie. At what weight will he be fighting at? I basically said that remains to be announced. Gino says, but it's bad for MMA fighters to cross over. We all know Jake Paul is the boogeyman of boxing. And I say to that, Jake Paul is highly underrated. Zoran here, I don't really know what this is or what language this is. Am I going to have the fight going? Yes, I'm going to be watching the fight right now. So what is the first fight of the evening right now? Let's go to the first fight of the evening right now, right? Okay, so... Okay, so let's see here. Yoran. His name is Yoran. Yes. Let's highlight this comment right here. Yup. That is the first fight of the evening we got right now. All right, man, here we go. This is a very interesting matchup right here, the first fight of the evening. Yeah, Michael Bisping is saying that he is in his real weight class right now. Very interesting to see what he means by that. By the way, guys, let me know what part of the world you guys are at right now as we are covering these fights in Shanghai. Okay, let me show you a little bit of some highlights of Shanghai, right? Obviously, tonight, UFC returns to Shanghai. This is the PI center that they have in Shanghai, right? So they are adamant and serious about building their fighters up in that region. Look at the size of that octagon right there to your right. There's one side of the mat where you can do things that are like similar to wrestling. The other side, you can do something that is similar to that of, let's say, point karate fighting, right? So there's point karate fighting right there in the square. And then there's the wrestling mat area right there. But obviously, on a busier day, most people are going to be in there. There's probably going to be like 15 people deep in there. But yeah, so the first fight of the evening is going on right now. Guys, listen, thank you for tapping in. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button as you guys are tapping in from around the world right now with this very early morning special of this Shanghai UFC event going on right now. And obviously, this is the skyline of Shanghai, the city. That is the nighttime. This is the daytime. Nighttime, daytime. What else is in Shanghai? They got a lot of trees built in next to the many architectures that they have out there, right? So there's a tree right there. There's a lot of shopping malls. You look at the way that they build their cities. I mean, it's just very advanced, right? Not something that you would expect, in China, being that, it has a lot of, xenophobic stigma from the West. But nonetheless, here we go. First fight of the evening, guys, as we look at the skyline of Shanghai. So here we go. First fight of the evening out of the 12 bouts. Here we go. There's a low kick right there by Nurgozhay. Okay, there's a body kick right there by Nurgozhay. By the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button right now, would you please? Because we are going to have some fun right now watching these crazy fights in China. I got to get myself some coffee right now, man, because obviously we're going to have some real different sleeping schedules right now as this goes on. But nonetheless, here we go. There is a body kick right there by Nurgozhay. Yeah, no problem, Zoran. Shout out to you. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, my man. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Nurgozhay. Very good distance, managing control on the part of Nurgozhay. Nurgozhay, as Fitzgerald calls him in a commentary right now. Oh, my goodness, there's a right hand right there. There is a right hand right there by Sati. Wow, man, that was out of nowhere, that shot. Yeah, real beautiful shot on his part right there. Yeah, very interesting how they build their towers in Shanghai like this, right? As we are witnessing Satybaldiev right now in half guard position. Oh, he's looking for a Kimura. He's looking for a Kimura. Oh, wow, man. Oh, wow, he's got it. I can't believe it. Oh, wow. Sati has it on him, but look at the rollover of Nurgozhay right now. Wow. And now we have Sati right on top, control right now, full guard position. It looks like he's going for Ezekiel choke right now in the top full guard position. He's tapping. Is he tapping? Is he gonna? Oh my goodness! No, he's not gonna tap to this, will he? I mean, you know, what's his name? Alexei Olenek does that. There it is. Speaking of Alexei Olenek, there it is with the submission right there, man. Wow, and he does it with style, man. Great submission on his part right now. Yeah, it's not a submission that you definitely see often. No, not at all. Wow, man. Wow. Wow, man. Yeah, great submission right there. He tried for the Kimura right here. He doesn't get it. And then the Ezekiel choke too. All right, well, there it is, man. That makes it official right there. That submission win right there, man. Amazing, amazing stuff. All right, so in between the fights, I'm going to show you guys some videos on my channel so you guys know what to expect out of me. So, yeah, please give it a like, give it a subscribe, because you are tuned in to literally the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. And as they announce the winner right now with this great Ezekiel choke, yes, we're gonna wait for them to announce this, and then we'll play this video right from here. So hold on a second to show you some videos that I have in this channel, just so you know what to expect when I say that this is the most epic mixed martial arts channel there is out there right now. So yeah, please give it a like, give it a subscribe. and let's get it cracking. Where can we watch? You're watching it right here, my man. You're watching it right here. All right, so here we go. MMA Guru is sulking at the fact that his homeboy, Dricus du Plessis, has lost to Khamzat Chimaev. Now, here's something you got to understand about MMA Guru in context. He used to be a very objective MMA analyst. And let me tell you why. Because he didn't have any affiliations with anybody in the fight game. And by the way, he is Mick Parkin's secret cousin, but we're not going to talk about that. That's a story for another time. And Mick Parkin obviously does not want to admit he's his cousin based on the fact that they don't want any particular discriminations coming at them based on being affiliated with him. Now, being affiliated with Tom Aspinall is a whole nother subject. Obviously, that's a relationship between fighter and journalist. That's as far as it goes. But his relationship with DDP has literally affected the way that he looks at the sport of MMA now, and I'm talking about in a non-objective way. So it was so easy for MMA Guru to have a platform or a concept of his YouTube page where he can call out anybody at any time. He can be anti-fighter pay. He's for the UFC in terms of letting the fighters have low pay and things of that nature, right? Well, here's the thing about it, right? Now he is friends with Dricus du Plessis because nobody in London wants to train with him, or maybe he just is a little bit of a coward to train with people in his own city in the way that I train with every Sacramento guy that you've probably seen on TV. But that's neither here or there. So now he's coping with the fact that, oh, well, it was a boring fight. He was holding him down, this, that, and the other. It's mixed martial arts in a nutshell. And it's also quite strange that he also has a partnership with the now retired DJ Mighty Mouse, who, by the way, vehemently disagrees with his notion. By the way, it'll be really interesting to see what they will say to each other in their upcoming collaboration podcasts, because DJ believes that fighting is fighting. If you don't like grappling, go watch something else. Whereas with MMA Guru, he believes that somehow, because you didn't inflict enough damage in the feet or with your hands and everything else that deals with striking, that somehow it's not real fighting. This is part of fighting. And on top of that, this is what happens when you don't have a particular fighter that you have to go for. But now he has a fighter that he has to go for, and now he's sulking for the sake of DDP. I want you to listen to all of this coping right here in the last 30 seconds of the fight.
Mayor, get dumped on your fucking head! Smash him up, Dricus! Smash him up! Smash this pussy up! Face grind that fucking pussy! Keep position and face grind this fucking pussy! Dricus ain't gonna win, but he's showing adjustments. And he's doing better in these later rounds. But he's Chimaev's holding on to his glove. He can't. Chimaev's got wrist control. He can't posture and throw at the same time. Chimaev stalled it here. Good one. Just didn't capitalize when we needed to. Khamzat Chimaev, dude, the first guy to win a championship without causing any harm. It's a horrible sight to see. He avoided combat at all costs, but he got it done for 25 minutes. You've got to admire Merab Dvalishvili for how much he's willing to scrap with fighters.
Is that right? So Merab is really willing to scrap with fighters. I don't know about that. I mean, look, this is what I mean, right? Double standards. You're giving Merab a pass, but you're not giving Khamzat Chimaev a pass. And then he goes on to further say a whole bunch of racist tirades that I'm not even going to put on here, right? I'm surprised that nobody even, reported anything that he did to his channel, but that's neither here or there. I'm not here for snitching or anything like that, and I would advise you to not do the same thing. So
You've got to admire Merab. Honestly, on a deeper level, you have to admire Merab Dvalishvili for how active he is and how much.
Let's hear what else he had to say about this as we skip along.
At all, they're being a bit generous there. Round 4, he landed 4 significant strikes, and round 5, Du Plessis actually outlanded him on significant strikes. But Du Plessis actually got a takedown on him as well, which is kind of crazy. Nickel was just seen at a Walmart buying a rope and a ladder. True. Hamzat's next opponent.
Well, what is up with that? With the Bo Nickel comment. But anyways,
ask. I thought Chimaev would like posture up and try and throw a ground and pound shot, and then DDP would be able to tuck up and sit up and try and get back up. You know what I mean? But when you're hell bent on never posturing up, never committing to a big ground and pound shot.
Okay, so that's a very interesting take right there, right? Out of all the things that he said, that is very smart on MMA Guru to notice that. What does he mean by that? When Khamzat Chimaev was on top, he decided he was not going to posture up. Why? Because there are sudden instances where you could lose your position in that particular exchange. So he decided, you know what, he's going to hold down, he's going to keep his head down, and he's not going to posture up, meaning that he's not going to try and throw punches. What he did was he did throw punches when he was in the crucifix, but if he was to posture up, DDP could get back up easily. Why? Because DDP has strong hips, indicative of the fact that when he got put in a crucifix position, by the way, both of your arms are locked in together, right? In one part of the arm, it's locked in by Chimaev's legs. The other arm is being controlled by Chimaev while he's pounding you with one hand, right? So, yes, he could easily posture up. And actually, it was all hip muscle that Dricus was using to get out of those crucifix positions. But furthermore on what MMA Guru had to say about this.
Always keep the body lock. Stay as close to your opponent as possible.
Stay to your close opponent as possible.
Crucifix to do little mini baby punches. Never posture there either. Even in a crucifix, he didn't open up.
They weren't exactly baby punches, okay? MMA Guru was wrong about that, right? I mean, look at the damage that was on the face of Dricus du Plessis after the fact. I think that tells the story right there, whether those baby punches on a crucifix position was baby punches or they were just baby tings, as baby ting Mr. Dylan White's manager would say. By the way, shout outs to Dylan White. I know it was a very tough loss, by the way, but on any regard, shout out to Moises Otama becoming the new Mike Tyson of the boxing's heavyweight division right now. Great that they had.
Unleash the power of precision with Diablo's Wood Demon Ultimate Polish Finish Blade.
This is the link. And the next fight we got coming up right now. Okay. So what is the next fight that we have coming up right now? Our two 135ers. Okay. We got the Chinese versus the South Korean. Long Zhao versus Su Young Yu. All right. So that is the matchup that we got going on right now. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Joey. Let me know what part of the world you are from. In the next fight, I'm going to appear on camera in the next fight coming up. So, yeah, I'm just gonna yeah. No Espanol. Sorry, only English. I need a link. You have the link. You are here right now watching the fight with me. So I am the link to the fight. I am your link to this fight as I give you a play-by-play of what is going on. Look at this dude over here trying to spit game. When does it start? It starts right now. Lelos. Right now is the second fight of the evening. And I'm going to need some coffee. Because it is 12:31 a.m. in the West Coast right now. But you know what? It is all worth it. Because I think I'm going to get some good views on this, on this one. So. All right. Joe Martinez. Bantamweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner. 5'6" inches tall, 135 pounds. All right, here we go, man. All right, here's Xiao Lon right here. Here we go. First round about to commence into battle. All right. Here we go. Round number one. Wow. Little fast start right there by Xiao. Yeah, very fast, explosive striker right here. There's a lot of hand waving around, really using his jazz and pizzazz to try and somehow confuse you right now. Okay, there's a nice low kick right there by you. Oh, wow. There's a low kick right there by you. All right, there's a front kick right there by you. All right, and you are looking at the PI Center right now as we are witnessing the second fight of the evening right now between Xiao versus you. And there is a clinch and a body right there. There's a takedown. All right. So they're still in this clinch position right now. Wow, man. So just more of a hand fighting situation right now. They've broken up from each other right now. He says, come on, bro. What do you mean, come on, bro? Come on what? Where's the breakdown? Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were asking about a link. Okay. I mean, well, I am breaking down the fight right now. There's a low kick right there by you.
Bright one back at Xiao, both throwing leg kicks at each other. Now 2 minutes left into the first round. There's a fake kick right there by Xiao. And there's a lot of circling going around for you, right? I think he's trying to get away. Not only is he trying to get away from the power hand of Xiao, he's also trying to get towards his power. There's a nice stiff jab right there by Xiao on the way in. The height of Xiao is being used properly here in his bantamweight contest with the jab that he's throwing at you, right? The much shorter fighter, right? The less rangier fighter at that. So we have 120, 119, 118 in the first round right now. There's a low kick once again by you right there. Okay, there's a jab. Okay, there's a double jab right there by you. And Xiao at the same time. All right, man. Yeah, a bit of a blitz right there. 44 seconds left. Who won the first round? Right now, man, this is a very tough round to score, but I'm going to give this one to Xiao right now. But we have about 30 seconds left right now, Lelos. Lelos, I'm assuming you're probably not watching the fight, but you're trying to find out what is going on because maybe you have some sort of invested interest or a bet of some sort, or maybe you're just interested in the results as you are doing what you're doing in whatever part of the world you're from. Let me know regardless, my man. All right, so there's a front kick right there by Xiao at the end of this round. Exactly. Okay. So say less, man. Say less. You ain't got to... you don't got to go into details unless you want to. But I kind of figured that's the situation. Okay, that's fine. You know what? I like to offer that for everybody, right? That type of service. If that's one thing that I could offer with these live streams, obviously, these fight companions are sort of designed to do a couple of things, right? Obviously, do a play-by-play, give service to people like yourself that are out doing something, but can't necessarily watch the fight. And then at the same time, also serve as some sort of like sports almanac, right? I can look back in the future and say, hey, look, I covered UFC 317. I covered UFC 318, 319, all of it. Pretty much all the UFCs so far, within the 300s I've covered, and even before that. So that's and obviously there's, revenue streams that kind of go along with it too. So that's also another incentive as well. But we all have our own multi-purposes of things, but nonetheless, we are here going into the second round right now. So here we go. Round number 2. There is you right now. He circles right around Xiao as the second round is beginning right now. And then there's another front low kick by Xiao once again, really leading with that lead kick. There's a fake spinning back fist attempt. There's a shoot on you right now. Xiao stuffs it. And thank you, my man. Laylo says, good job. You got my sub. Thank you, my man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So there's a jab to the body and the head in a fast motion that Xiao is doing right now. And then there is you right now with a jab of his own. So now sort of playing the jab game of his own. There's Xiao right now looking like he was faking a flying knee while he was lunging right into you. Okay, so now there's a low kick right there. There's another punch by Xiao. There's a 1-2 shot while Yu is circling right around him. Okay, there's a body kick right there. Looked like a little bit of a lazy body kick on the part of Yu, the Korean, but actually looked rather effective, which kind of goes back into Korean Taekwondo, right? Obviously, there's two differences of contrasting, contrasting aggression that the Thais hit it with, as opposed to, let's say, the Koreans, they kind of aim more for speed, sort of like point fighting and what you get out of Taekwondo, right? But nonetheless, yeah, you displayed a little bit of that. There's, okay, he tries to shoot in for a takedown. Now they're locked into a clinch right now in the middle of the octagon. And there's Xiao trying to hand control him. Now there's a front kick right there by Xiao. Okay, there's a... All right, so now he goes in, he tries to shoot in, and now they are locked in to that clinch again. Every time they are in a close range position, it seems that Yu is the one who engages these exchanges right here in terms of the clinching aspect. Hey, Lelos, let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. I'm very curious to know where my viewers are and what part of the world they're from. Obviously, I'm broadcasting from Sacramento, California. So, yeah, let me know what part of the world you are from, man, and where you represent. All right, so here we go. 2:18, 2:17, 2:15 of the second round. They are in a stand-up position right now. There is an overhand right there by Yu. He actually kind of, connects with that. Okay, Canada. We got Canada and we got Mexico in the house. Yeah, 1:40 a.m. Where you're at, 1:40 a.m. Okay, so I guess Alberta is a little bit in the mountainside time zone of the United States because it is 12:40 where I am currently at right now, Lelos. So yeah, okay, so there's Xiao right now doing a lot of hand motion, right? By the way, this is the advantage that you guys are going to get in the next coming fight, because what I am going to do is get on the camera, and as I get on the camera, you're actually going to see me do the hand motions that the fighters are actually going to do. And since I actually train a lot of striking, that would be an advantage for a lot of you visual learners and observers out there. Okay, so now they're sort of banging at each other right now. Throwing some haymakers at each other. AJ is from Los Angeles. Shout out to Los Angeles, my man. My second home in California. Okay, obviously I'm in Sacramento, but yeah, LA is I would like to call my second home. I love LA, man. I love everything about LA. What part of LA are you from, AJ? Let me know, my man. So there is a body lock position right now with Xiao and Yu. And there's a nice uppercut by Xiao right now within the second round of this contest right now. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's some good striking. He banged his head on that one. 1-2 shot by Xiao. Who is winning so far, in your opinion? You know what? So the first round I'm going to give to Xiao. The second round right now, Yu looks like he's winning this one. So it looks like we may have a 1-1 round right here, Lelos. I don't know if you have any particular invested interest in that, but there is a 5-for-5 takedown defense on the part of Xiao. So maybe that will somehow look favorable towards the judges. But I will say every time they get in a close range position, it is Yu, the Korean, that is constantly in these close range exchanges, right? Like he's the one that engages it right away. Okay, so it's the in between the rounds right now. Let me see if I can make a quick cup of coffee within these 60 seconds. All right, guys, we're heading into round number 2 right now. And to answer Lelo's question, it is 1-1 right now between Yu and Xiao. So Antonio says, I hope Xiao wins, need money. Okay, so you have some particular bets in this. Okay, Yeah, I gotcha. So, okay, wow, they throw at the same time right now, throwing haymakers at each other right now. Wow, there it is. Some haymaker exchanges on the both of them right now within just the first 30 seconds of the third round right now. All right, now they're a little bit in a relaxed position right now. Now they're clinched up again. See, this is what I mean. The rinse and repeat that you sometimes often see. Wait, the referee breaks it up right now. What is the referee doing? I believe he is warning Xiao right now, grabbing the shorts. Wow. He warns him about grabbing the shorts. Okay, so the referee gives him a warning. I believe if he does that again within the close range clinches, yeah, for sure the referee is going to take a point away. And as a result of that, okay, yeah, that could affect the very close contested matchup that we got going on right now. All right. So right back into the clinch exchanges right now. Oh, wow. How about that? So the coach of Xiao picked him up in the middle of after the round was over and basically body lock carried him to his corner for him to conserve energy, for him to not be walking around. If that isn't a very dedicated coach, I don't know what is, but you know what? You can't do that to no big ass Derek Lewis. No way, man. You know what I mean? These are 135ers. You could get away with doing that to Uriah Faber. You could get away doing that to Joseph Benavidez, to Henry Cejudo, but not these bigger guys. It's it's a little bit harder to do that. But nonetheless, here we go. Third and final round right now. They go and exchange at each other right now with rapid rates of haymakers at each other. Okay, so there's a body kick right there by Xiao. There's a jab right there by Yu. Now they're circling right around each other right now with 2:30 left into the third round. Okay, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Xiao and Yu at the same time. Now they're back in a clinch, hand fighting position. Yeah, swinging some big shots for both of them right now. Now back into the clinch position. Yu attempts a judo trip, but fails. Now they're back into clinch position once again. Oh, wow. There's a nice elbow right there. Long Xiao, FTW. Joe Daddy says FTW. Let me know what you mean by FTW. F the world. Yeah, let me know what you mean by FTW, Joe. All right, so 1:30 left. Oh, for the win. Got it. Yeah. I think in this third round right now, he's winning, even if he got a little bit of that warning from the ref. I think that, the striking is on his side. Yeah, because of the length that he has over you right now, the Korean fighter. Oh, wow. Okay. We got about 60 seconds left into this fight right now. Yeah, 45 seconds left into the third round right now. All right, man. At the end of this fight right now, man, I'm excited to see who the judges are going to give this to, but within these last 30 seconds, these guys got to show up right here. Yeah, see, I can't stand it when a viewer tells me who they bet their money on. This is why we don't gamble as Muslims, my man, because now it's like, man, I don't want a listener of mine to lose their money, right? You know, so that it just kind of sways my, whole emotion to that. But nonetheless, that is the end of the fight right now. We now await the winner of that fight. Hey, man, listen, that was a good back and forth between them. We're going to find out who the winner is. Let me complete my coffee right now and complete my setup as I get in the camera in front of you guys for the next fight. All right, let's find out who the winner is here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, man. Young You just won the fight right now by decision. He won by decision, my man. I am so sorry, man. Wow. Yeah, I bet $1,000 on Kamzat. What a blessing, Joe Daddy says. Me too. What the F? Wow. Yeah, man. Very sad. Yeah, you see, this is why, guys, don't gamble. Young You wins. Don't gamble, guys. You know, it's a very tough sport, and that tough sport, you don't know where that is going to head. And as a result of that, man, listen, wow. Wow. Shout out to Young You. I don't think he won that fight, but nonetheless, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is, my man. All right. All right, well, now they are going into the next fight. UFC just recently signed to Paramount. That means no more pay-per-views. What exactly does that mean? Well, it means that, yes, you can have a Paramount subscription, but you're going to have to pay a little bit more. So that is the catch to this whole entire thing. So now that pay-per-view is dead, one thing to remember, the upcoming pay-per-views, UFC 319, UFC 320, UFC 321, are not exactly Paramount ready yet. In other words, you're going to have to pay the normal model of paying the regular pay-per-views as you would all year round. But I got to tell you, this is historic, and it's been a long time coming. Because for a long time, a lot of people had this notion that pay-per-view was not dead. Well, in fact, it is. A lot of the streamers or the people that have the Russian links or the piracy that is going on, I think, yeah, it is dead. It is absolutely dead. So with that in regard, they had to bring in a new model. What exactly was that? Well, now, if you love Paramount, by the way, shout out to Mobland, probably one of the best TV shows out right now during this time frame of when this particular video is being made, right? Mobland, now you got the UFC, and you got a whole bunch of other things. I don't watch normal television or anything like that. Maybe a few Netflix here and there, but mostly combat sports, history, and geopolitics, and that's it, right? And maybe other street content. But other than that, yes, it is just strictly combat sports to the max. And they definitely can offer you that. And obviously, if we're talking street stuff, then yeah, Mobland is sort of in that same category as well. So now that is the home of the UFC that is going to include not just Contender Series. Also, if they're going to continue the Tough Challenge, okay, the Tough Enough Challenge, the Ultimate Fighter, then yes, that is where it's going to go. But I think they're going to continue on with the Ultimate Fighter. So yeah, they're going to have the Ultimate Fighter, Dana White Contender Series, and all of the pay-per-views and fight nights. But one thing to remember, you still have to pay the pay-per-views until they actually move all the way to Paramount. Until now, what you really have is the same concept, but now they are trying to create a new concept in a new world, which, by the way, shout out to Turkey El-Sheikh. He sort of saw this coming and understood, you know what? I need to go out there and do something different. Understand the fans for what it is that they need. And what is it exactly that they need? They need lesser pay. They need to pay less for these pay-per-views, and more so, they need to, stop using a program that is dead, because there's a lot of piracy that is going on right now, and I'm willing to bet there are people out there that are willing to pay more than they are actually willing to steal, as long as it is the right price. Now, what price may that be? Maybe 12 something right now with a subscription to Paramount. But if you add UFC into that, maybe 24, and it's not bad. You pay $24 a month. I don't know what the actual price is. I'm not here to give you false numbers or anything like that, right? I'm only guessing as to what would be feasible, right? It can't be more than 30. But if it is, man, I would be very surprised in this world's economy. But on any regard, what does this also mean for the fighter pay with the fighters? Well, we're going to have to find out soon enough, right? Because right now, the one thing that the UFC has going on is they can say to you, you signing with us is better for you than you signing for us, because you know what? You're going to be fighting in front of the world with bigger eyeballs because of what Paramount has now offered. So boxing, TKO boxing is not part of that deal. Obviously, they are their own thing. Just like the WWE, they have their own situation going on with Peacock and Netflix. But this right here is a separate entity for the UFC. And with that in mind, that is all that I really have for this breaking news. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll talk more about it in the upcoming contents, whether that would be a video, live stream, and beyond, inshallah.
At KPMG, our approach to managed services is focused on strategic outcomes and informed by broad functional, process, and sector expertise. We work to operationalize your growth.
All right, Charles. We got Weston versus, how do you pronounce this guy's name? Yizha. Yeah, Wilson versus Yizha right now. All right, so here we go. Weston, Wilson versus Yizha. Oh, wow. Okay, there's some good shots right there by Yizha. Oh, wow, he just rocked him right now. Oh, my goodness, Yizha's looking for a finish right now. He's all over him. Oh, wow, he's got him. Wow. Wow, that is it. He laid him out, man. I can't believe it. Wow. He laid him out. He laid him out cold out of nowhere. Wow. Wow, yeah, that was an absolute destruction right there on the part of Yizha. Wow. Wow, man. He absolutely obliterated him in that one. He said, "Let me introduce myself." All right. Wow, man. Amazing win. That was literally like 30 seconds of work right there. 30 seconds. That's all that it took to take him out. Man, and can you believe it, man? The main card is not too far away. We got about like maybe 2 hours left before the main card. So man, he's had 16 first round knockouts, this dude. A lot of knockouts by this guy. Wait, is he saying something to the crowd right now? He's saying that he wants a bonus for that one. Well, all right, man. So that is a first round knockout right there. Easy work for Z. So you couldn't ask for more. Oh, wow. Okay, so they're showing some videos of Johnny Walker right now. You know what? Let's go back, way back in time, right? Actually, you know what? Let's react to this real quick, right? Just, the type of, food they got going on in Shanghai. Let's check this out right here.
This is we have some chicken feet. Wow. Chicken feet. Yeah. So in my country, we don't really eat them. Right? Why not? Why not? Very nice. Very juicy. Yeah.
Okay, so that's chicken feet. What else do they have going on here in Shanghai? The world.
A couple of examples. How it's different
city.
from, say, the language in Beijing.
Beijing is like a R. Let me try my best. Okay. 你今天做三奔了吗? Kind of. Even we call some same thing with a different. No way, like us, sometimes we get a benefit from them because we can order some food and they will deliver it within 30 minutes for you.
Yeah.
But I don't like the part they break the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about stereotypes, right? Do Chinese people really smoke a lot? Well, some do and some don't. But the stereotype about Chinese people spitting in public is true. Like, taxi drivers never hesitated to spit out of the window. I've noticed how many more young people are interested in learning English and practicing English these days.
Hello.
Hello. What are you doing in Shanghai?
My home is in the Shanghai.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Are you a student? You go to school?
Sumudaerji High School.
When you graduate in the future, what do you want to be? What kind of job?
A lawyer.
A lawyer. Okay. Very nice. Okay.
Or English teacher.
Or English teacher. Yeah. Your English is good. Continue learning English.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
But I'm sure that's rare.
Probably
speak English there.
What's your name?
I'm Borjas. I'm 8 years old.
Wow, man, very nice cities they got going on. Reminds me of San Francisco a little bit. All right, so yeah, that is what we got going on. That is Shanghai in a nutshell right there. So yeah, man, shout outs to that city. Beautiful city is Shanghai, and we got an even better event that we got going on tonight. So beer on ice, vodka on ice, less than 2 hours till the main card. Yeah, okay. So that's kind of how you're preparing right now. All I got right now going on is coffee. This is all I got right now. Just a nice cup of coffee. To get me going for this fight. What do we got next? Kyle Daukaus. Coming up next. All right. A very underrated card, Danger. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is a very underrated card. He says all good. I only bet $10. Okay. Antonia says, I'm sorry too. Okay, that's in regards to the fight. Okay, so Michel Pereira taking on Kyle Daukaus coming up right now, man. Michel Pereira and Kyle Daukaus coming up. All right, so we're just waiting for the commercials right now. They got commercials going on right now. Man, shout out to everybody across the globe right now that is joining all of us in this in this fight night, right? Very interesting fight night for the American audience, right? Obviously right now, if you are a hardcore MMA fan, you definitely are tapped in to the fights tonight. But if you are a European fan, you're probably used to this. But for us American fans, we usually get the prime time of it all. But nonetheless, here we are, right, as a true hardcore fan. So here we go. Still on commercial break right now. Okay, so here's Ming Yang right here. All right, so now they're just showing the promo for Ming Yang right now. But yeah, we got Michel Pereira. What am I saying? Alex Pereira, Michel Pereira versus Kyle Daukaus coming up right now. All right, Kyle Daukaus coming up next. All right, there's Michel Pereira right there and Kyle Daukaus about to get it on. Yeah, man. Okay, so you guys are from Vancouver, Canada, huh? Dangerous from Vancouver, Canada. Oops, let me turn on the lights on this one. There we go. When is the fight starting? The fight is starting right now. So at least one of the fights, right? So we have Kyle Daukaus right now taking on Michel Pereira. That's a pretty exciting fight. between those two. You're going to expect to see Michel Pereira bounce around, become very elusive, Anderson Silva-like. At the same time, where can we watch the live stream? Right here, Stesha Wang. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Stesha Wang. So there's Kyle Daukaus right now walking out. Looks like a bit of a half crowd right now. I'm sure the crowd is going to look to fill in later on. Bangkok. Oh, wow. Okay. A shout out to you, my man. But only see you. Well, yes, because I am commentating this fight right now. You understand? So I'm commentating this fight right now. And so I'm going to give you a play-by-play of what is going on. So, to kind of give you a little bit of some perspective on that. All right, so. All right, so Kyle Daukaus is walking into the cage right now. Is that right, man? You said that you can't watch in Canada unless you watch a pirated site. Is that right? Did I hear that correctly? That's quite interesting, man. I would have thought that Canada has some sort of network that can provide a service of watching that, right? I guess not. I guess they just, I don't know. I guess they didn't have, the right TV deals, as of yet. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, that's interesting, man. I would have never guessed that about Canada. Danger here said, usually 100% it's on our national sports channel, but it's not on this morning, maybe the start time. You know what? Or maybe they just don't prioritize a fight like this. This is more for the hardcore audience, right? I would say that I'm in that particular department, right, of being a hardcore. Obviously you guys as well, because if you guys are tuning into this fight and then you're tuning into my fight, it's one thing for people to tune into MMA streamers while a fight is going on, if it's a big pay-per-view event, but it's another thing to do it for just a regular fight night. During the pandemic, a fight like this would have easily just been put in, let's say, the Apex, right? So, we're very lucky to have this type of fight right now at this time. So all right, there's Michel Pereira right now walking into the cage. He says, yeah, I'll be watching the main card as long as the stream isn't taken down online. Haha, we got Vancouver UFC in October. Okay, I got tickets today as they went on sale. Is that right, man? Is that right? Okay, so they have an event in Vancouver in October. That's interesting, man. So October is going to be a stacked month for the UFC for sure, because you got that Tom Aspinall fight, And then you got the Ankalaev fight. And then you got the Vancouver card. I don't really know who's going to be on that, but you would imagine they would put some Canadian guys in there. I know Mike Malott is probably slotted for that one. All right, here's Kyle Daukaus right now being announced. Now Michel Pereira is being announced. All right, here we go. Mark Goddard. Oh, snap. Okay. Salam alaikum, Punisher. Shout out to you, my man. Danger said, sadly, Ian Gary turned down a main event fight versus Sean Brady. Burned, got Holland on the card, and Cheeto Vera is fighting. Okay, yeah. Okay, that is an interesting card. All right, here's round one with Michel Pereira. You know how he does, with a constant movement and a constant, nonstop movement that he does, right? And then the unorthodox style that you're going to see him implement here, too, on top of it. Oh my goodness, Michel Pereira just got knocked down right now. And Kyle Daukaus is looking to finish him right now. I can't believe it. Kyle Daukaus just finished Michel Pereira. That is insane, bro. That is insane. Kyle Daukaus just finished. Wow. Wow, man. Wow. That's a big moment for him right there. Wow. Yeah, his corner is telling him, you stay there. You stay there. I don't know what he means by that, but yeah. Danger. Okay. Laylo says, who got finished? Michel Pereira got finished, my man. He got finished badly. Look at this. Right on the chin. Bow, like that. Just right on the chin. And Michel Pereira is actually protesting the finish. But, man, that was, that was a clear KO for Kyle Daukaus right there. All right, man. Well, shout outs to the Philadelphia fighter for getting that finish in. Wow. All right, so we're just seeing the corner of Kyle Daukaus right now being happy. So now they're coming to the center of the octagon. It's muted in the Fight Pass version right now. There's Mark Goddard right there, the guy that stood up Khamzat and Drickus last week. All right, here we go. All right, by round one, knockout, Chris Daukaus. All right, man. Yeah, that was an impressive knockout by Chris Daukaus. There's not a lot of people that could lay out Michel Pereira like that, but you know what? Michel Pereira, unfortunately, goes and plays around too much to the point where he can absolutely get exposed and get hit. And then, okay, there's the translator right there. Even though it's Michael Bisping talking to an English speaker, the translator has to get in there and kind of convey the message to the crowd. All right, he says he wants to thank China. They've been very supportive. All right, so the translator's just is translating what Chris Daukaus just said. Yeah, so it was like a straight that turned into a hook. It was like one of those types of shots that he did right there. Yeah, man. So I believe that he was cut from the UFC, and now he's right back in there. So very interesting story that that he had gone through here. Yeah, he said that he's thankful for McMaynard for re-signing him. All right. Well, he says congrats to him. So, man, yeah, shout out to Kyle Daukaus for that win right there. All right. Well, next matchup, I guess, is Austin Hubbard and Rongzhu. So Rongzhu versus Austin Hubbard coming up next, guys. All right, let's see this promo right here. Brian Ortega showing a little bit of his training facility at Black House. Wow, that was the same camp as Anderson Silva. All right, man. So Brian Ortega's talking about sharpening up the tools for battle. So Brian Ortega's career, right? 7 finishes, 4 submissions, 8 performance bonuses. Second of all time in submission, second of all time in finishes, 5th of all time in performance awards, 12 submission attempts, 6th of all time. Very interesting. All right, there's Aljamain Sterling right there. A little bit of his promo. Man, listen, this is a very interesting fight, man. Very underrated card, by the way. Very surprised that, not a lot of people are tapped in on it. All right, so Rongzhu taking on Austin Hubbard coming up right now. Wow, so yeah, he was supposed to fight in Chicago last week, and then he finds himself in China right now. Interesting. All right, Rongzhu and Austin Hubbard coming up right now. All right, so yeah, we're just waiting on the commercial right now. Let's see. Let's take a look at this right here.
He's the only man.
John Jones says that this was the only man to have ever knocked him out right here. The guy who's supposed to be the original Kamzat.
I love all you guys. Alan's the only man. He's the only man.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah, John Jones vehemently admits that. That is the only guy that John Jones has ever been knocked out by.
Moscow, I love all you guys.
Man, shout out to John Jones, man, living his best life, but man, very lackluster career ending, obviously, right? Not the way that he wanted to end his career in that kind of way, but you know what? There was a certain John Jones fatigue that has been happening for quite a long time. And, unfortunately, it has been a long time coming. So, yeah. Everybody around the world, yeah, don't forget to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button right now for UFC Shanghai, because yeah, we're gonna get it on and cracking right here. Subscribe button right now for UFC Shanghai, because yeah, we're gonna get it on and cracking right here. Fresh Melon Juice says John Jones is the best Muslim in the world, pound for pound, #1 GOAT. What makes you say that he's Muslim? Fresh Melon Juice. What makes him Muslim? I mean, the guy vehemently, claims Christianity, and I don't know. I think that if you were to say that to him, hey John, you're the best Muslim fighter in the world, I think that he would, oppose you and correct you. Oh, he has been in prison. So are you saying that he converted while he was in prison? Oh, he has been in prison. I think if I was in prison, I've never been to prison, okay? Even though I know a lot of dudes that have, and I have had a lot of friends that have as well. But I think that if I was in prison, I would probably be the Muslim gang leader in prison, like, hands down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I think I would, I wouldn't say that I would run the whole, yard, but I would say that, I think that I would have a pretty, important position. But listen, that's not something I would aspire to. I would rather be out here with you guys live streaming fights and doing what I'm supposed to do. So, but, just in the hypothetical world of, of whatever. So just kidding. The GOAT is Christian. So you agree that he is a GOAT then? Because obviously a lot of people right now are denying that notion that John Jones is the greatest of all time. It's like as if because he did one thing that you didn't like as a fan, somehow that you're going to take away everything that he has, accomplished. I mean, you're just going to ignore the Rampage fights, right? You're going to ignore the Lyoto Machida fights where he dropped him on his head after choking him lifeless. And then what about the Rashad Evans rivalry? What about the Daniel Cormier rivalry? Right, all of these things, right? So the Chael Sonnen, all his opponents was on steroids. Just ask Chael Sonnen. Fresh Melon Juice says, yeah, including Chael himself was on stuff while he was while he was fighting him, and he still beat him. But John Jones was on stuff as well, so while he was fighting him, and he still beat him. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to deny that as well. So. All right, so Austin Hubbard is now walking into the cage right now. Fresh says, yeah, the only one not using gear was DC probably. I would have to agree with that. Look, I think what you got out of DC is somebody that is naturally athletic, naturally strong, right? Like he doesn't have to look like the quintessential bodybuilder to sort of look the part. He is the part, right? Kind of like what Deontay Wilder said about his criticism of looking too skinny for the heavyweight division. He says, well, man, you know what? I'd rather look the part. I'd rather be the part than look the part. That's what he said in those exact words. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with Deontay Wilder on that. I would rather be the part than actually look the part, knowing that I have the capabilities to do what I can do, but, actually not really look like it. You know what I'm saying? So, kind of like what you see with a lot of people that come into these streams, right? They come in here, they see me, sitting in a relaxed position. So therefore they have these weird assumptions like, man, listen, this guy can't fight. And then they see, because they see my face in a camera angle that is up close, they somehow think like I'm fat or out of shape or this and that. But then when I actually like pull the camera out into, you know, a non-zoom position and you see me in the gym, you know, you obviously see that I'm, you know, I'm a pretty lean athlete. You know what I mean? And so, you know, you see what I do in the gyms. I show you that I'm more than just somebody that looks the part. I am the part. So, you know, I am the part of the moving parts that can move the moving parts. You know, and just like what I've said over and over again, you don't know me from a can of paint. So there it is, man. We got the, you know, you don't know me from a can of paint, you know, thing going on. A lean, mean Muslim machine. Shout out to you, Fresh, man. Hey, you know what? Listen, I told you earlier, right, when we did the Kamzat stream, right? The non-video one, the audio stream that I did earlier this afternoon, Fresh. Remember what I told you, right? What you symbolize? So you symbolize the quintessential anonymous person that is online, right? That is all of us. That is many of us, right? Those people that go online and trash talk the fighters or trash talk their favorite artist or trash talk their favorite influencer, right? And then you don't know who they are. You don't know where they come from. You don't know what their intention is and why they're going at you like this. You are that guy, but there is just one same consistency that I've noticed about you every time, right? Is that you always claimed that you were Christian and you never said that you were, you know, anything else. You know, I mean, you could, you know, probably fib. I'm not going to say lie because, you know, you're not purposely like trying to maliciously lie about something, right? Like, you know, you're fibbing. You're saying, you know, you're giving an age that may or may not be real. You're giving, you know, an ethnicity of yourself that may or may not be real. I know that you're a male, but then, you know, I also know that you're a Christian, and that's something that you've always been kind of consistent with. But also, I also noticed that you have this profound respect for Muslims, right? In particular, I remember one time, you know, I brought the live stream to the mosque, and you were obviously part of that stream. You've, you know, commented on it. You were watching it. And, you know, and then you said, hey, you know, why not do this again? And I was like, wow, you know, so there's actually a demand for this. Like one time I brought the live stream, you know, to the mosque only because I was live streaming and just doing, you know, a Q&A, you know, on a live stream. And then, you know, it just happened to be Juma time. And I was just happened to drive by where the mosque was at. So I thought it was a perfect timing. But speaking of perfect timing, here's round one, number one between Rongzhu and Hubbard. So yeah, man, shout out to you for the respect that you show on that regard to Muslims, but not only respect, also your profound interest in actually seeing us, you know, pray during Juma prayers, because you've always constantly requested that, you know, from the time that I've been doing that. So, you know, shout out to you on that. All right, here's round one with Hubbard and Rongzhu right now. Oh, so there's Hubbard right now looking to attempt a single leg shot right there. Looked like he was trying to grab the neck while trying to grab the single leg at the same time. So, all right, so there's Austin Hubbard shooting in, but very good job on Rongzhu for stuffing these takedowns. All right, there it is, man. There's a good, ooh, there is a good straight right hand right there by Rongzhu. All right. So there it is. Ooh, man, there's a nice uppercut right there by Rongzhu. Oh, and then there's a 1-2 shot right there. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, jab and then right over the right hand. All right, there's a good leg kick right there by Rongzhu towards Austin Hubbard. Oh, there's a spinning back kick attempt right there by Hubbard. Is his name so wrong? Are you talking about Rongzhu? I don't understand the pun there. I know there's a pun and a punchline that you're trying to throw in there, but yeah, let me know what you mean by that. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Austin Hubbard, and then there's a jab. Yes, okay. Oh, there's a good takedown right there by Austin Hubbard, and as soon as he takes him down, straight away, he's moving right towards the fence. Ooh, okay. So now he's trying to go for those Khabib leg locks right there, but instead he takes the back of Rongzhu, loses it out of the control. Zhu wrong. Okay, then in doing a little word play right there. Meanwhile, these two guys are banging away. There's a front kick right there by Rongzhu, and that is the end of the round. And then right after this fight is Kavanagh versus Johnson. Ooh, that's a good one. Maheshate versus Cage Young. Yeah, that's a good one too. He said, sharp, sharp with your hands. All right. So your life starts now says, what's happening? Good, my man. We are going into round 2 right now between Rongzhu and Austin Hubbard into this contest right now, lightweight 155 contest. So, okay, there's a flying in knee by need Rongzhu 3.5 points. Oh, okay. So you're betting on him. Okay, got it. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Rongzhu. All right, and don't forget to check out my link down below. This has been brought to you by StreamYard, the best software in all your streaming needs. And also, your conference call needs as well. Oh, there's a good knee right there by Austin Hubbard. Okay, there's a good low kick right there by Rongzhu. Okay, there's a good uppercut right there by Hubbard. Oh, wow. There's an uppercut and a bit of some forward motion in Rongzhu right there. Like a fury of attacks right there. All right, so now there's 237, 236, 235 to the second round. There's a high kick right there by Hubbard. There's a low kick right there by Rongzhu. Oh, there's a good one right there. All right, there's a leg kick right there by Rongzhu. Oh, I'm sorry, Austin Hubbard. All right, they're saying there's a minute left. Oh, there's a little fake, inside, cross right there by Hubbard, bouncing up and down. Ooh, there's a nice knee on the inside by Austin Hubbard right now. I may have to give this second round to Austin Hubbard right now. He's doing really good. Now he's stance switching, jabbing up. Ooh, there's a nice knee right on the inside as they get close range into the knees. Okay, now he's shooting in there. Misses the shot. Well, not miss, but sort of stuffed by Rongzhu. Okay, 15 seconds left into the second round right now. Oh, wow. Man, Rongzhu was going to signal the little Max Holloway thing that he does with, if you guys are just watching me from, the video, just pointing his thing down, like saying, yeah, let's do it right here. And all right, he's saying just 5 minutes, Austin. That's all he needs. All right, man. Dana White's Contender Series, more of that. All right, so now here's round number 2 between them right now. Oh, good shots here. Oh, there's a shot attempt right there. Yeah, he's trying to get a knockout right here. All right, here we go. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, there's Austin Hubbard shooting in. He gets stuffed, but then tries to go in for a knee in the process. Wow, man. Yeah, they're pushing the pace right now in the last 3 minutes. Oh, that was a good shot right there. All right, there's a good combination by Rongzhu right there. Yeah, all the takedown attempts by Austin Hubbard have been stuffed here. All right, here's a takedown shot right here by Austin Hubbard. All right, there's a body kick right there by Austin Hubbard. Ooh, gets knocked down. Oh, there's an uppercut right there by Rongzhu as he was going up. Yeah, Rongzhu's pointing to canvas Max Holloway style, daring him to go for some. Oh, there's some shots right there. Gideon says, and new undisputed UFC 2-time champion of the world, Dricus still knocks Duplessis. Yo, listen, you really are dying on that hill that he's going to come back and somehow. Oh, wow, he just rocked Austin Hubbard in the last seconds. Yo, listen, never oblige anybody to do that Max Holloway stuff, right? Because it didn't work out well for Justin Gaethje. And yeah, man, just, be careful, doing all of that. So, all right. And remember, guys, we are live from Shanghai where this fight is taking place tonight. So, yeah. Now we await the winner of the fight. All right, guys. So right now we're just awaiting to see who the winner of the fight is between Rongzhu and Austin Hubbard. This is a very good fight. Who you got in the final 3 fights, bro? So let's see. I got Zhang at the main event. I got, man, I want to go for Brian Ortega, man, because, let me just say that, I know some of his homies, but I don't know, man. Sterling looks like he's, better equipped at this weight class right now. This is the highest weight class that Sterling has fought in at 153. Brian Ortega has the capabilities of being a 155 fighter. I don't know about Aljo. Seems a little undersized. I'm going to go with a decision with Aljamain Sterling on this one. I think he's going to wrestle him. Pavlovich versus Cortez Acosta. I'm going with Pavlovich. I think he has the proven track record. The people that he loses to are people that, that he should lose to if he is fighting, that high up in a level. But, yeah. So there it is, guys. Rongzhu is the winner of this fight. Rongzhu is the winner of this fight. Congratulations to Rongzhu and his team, right on the money. Yeah, he said sprawl and brawl was the key for him here. Yeah, I got Lohner over Johnson. What do you think? That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with you on that one. All right, so Rongzhu is thanking his dad right now. Okay, he's shouting out his dad. He has some issues with the heart going on right now, he said. Fresh Melon Juice says, do you think Ortega played possum and missed weight to avoid being body locked from behind? You know what, man? That's a good point. I'm going to pin that comment, okay? Because, yeah, that comment right there is, genius. I think there is something to that, Fresh. I think there is a reality where Brian just decided, you know what, I'm just going to stop making weight, and make you think that I'm weak in here. And yeah, man, listen, Brian Ortega is a Southern Mexican Sureño gang member, okay? These guys are great at setting people up. Not that allegedly, let me just say that, yes, Sureños are good at setting people up. So, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, let's just put it like that. So, yeah. Nah, Fresh. Ortega is just a bump. I think Aljo finishes him. Okay, so you think that it's not a play, it's really a legit thing. Oh, wow. Okay, Rongzhu trains with Berman. That's interesting. Ortega is trash. He's getting his ass beat tonight. Okay, very interesting take by you guys right there. Obviously I share, a very similar take to that. So, all right, here's Johnson right here. Lohner Kavanagh. Yeah, I'm going with Lohner on this one. It seems like he is the rightful person to be here You know, 9-0, undefeated. I don't think that's by accident. So, all right, man. So here we go. All right, so here we go, guys. Loner walking out. Okay. So this guy was born in Hong Kong. Very interesting storyline that they have going on with this guy right here. Okay, so very intriguing storyline to say the least here. Yeah, Connor's coach Kavanagh is fighting now. No, Kavanagh is a very common Irish name if you didn't know. Drizzy says, I'm going with Loner by KO. That Johnson is like Jeff Neal, another can. Well, I wouldn't say Jeff Neal is a can, but I tell you what, hey, listen, it wasn't a very good performance last week, was it? But yeah, certainly far from a can, though, in my opinion. All right, here's Charles Johnson right now walking out. A can of paint. Fresh Melon Juice says, yeah, you don't know me from a can of paint. There it is. There it is. You know, man, you're understanding the lingos of Sacramento, California. All right, here's Charles Johnson right now walking in. Yeah, so Charles is feeling a little disrespected here, guys. Charles believes that a lot of y'all just think that this guy was brought here to lose. Well, guess what? The fact that you thought he was brought here to lose, well, you don't know him from a can of paint. Because for all you know, this guy could come out here and surprise all of y'all right now. Don't know me from a can of paint. There it is. I had to use it. I had to use it right there, fresh. But yeah. 3 rounds. All right, well, here we go, man. Taijitsu, Charles Johnson. All right, so first round between these two right now. 2 hours and 57 minutes into the live stream. Loner Kavanagh versus Charles Johnson. Let's see how this fight unfolds before our very eyes. All right, yeah, right into action these guys go. Oh, wow, they had to turn back. Wow, they had to turn back because they were running out of fuel 5 out. Oh my goodness, that is crazy stuff, man. Wow, that is crazy stuff. Ooh, good left hook right there. All right, so I love it. The corner is telling him to touch high and low at the same time. All right, there's a double single leg shot right there by Charles. Wow, Charles Johnson did knock out Joshua Van, huh? That is a crazy stat and a crazy thing to claim, really. Wow, man. Yeah, what a insane debut for him to have, right, against Muhammad Mokaev. Oh. Oh, man, this is some good scrapping right here between these two. Oh, okay, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Kavanagh. Oh, man. Oh, there's a good spinning back kick right there by Kavanagh. That was amazing, man. So what is this Kavanagh kid? He's like part Irish and part, I believe this kid is like part Irish and part Chinese. Very interesting combination, you know, about this kid. But yeah, man, how I see this fight right now, I think I got Kavanagh winning this one. Let me know what you guys think. So, yeah, the punch count was low according to the corner of Charles. All right, here we go. Second round between these two right now. Yeah, Kavanagh had the majority of the landing in that round. Let's see if Charles can do something different and pump up the volume a little bit, right? Because that is what his corner is looking for, is him to pump up the volume. Yeah, nice clean 1-2 right there. Okay, good entry to the single, but then Kavanagh catches him with a guillotine choke here, now getting a front choke on him. Okay, now he transitions over. They're scrambling. They scramble right back up on their feet right now. Wow, okay, now he gets a guillotine attempt right here. All right, so there's a body lock position right here. Melonju says, pump up the volume. This beat is Tetranonic. Yo, listen, I don't know how you claim you must be older than 40 for sure for you to be able to reference all these 90s songs, right? Like a kid who's young or a YN is not gonna really know those songs like that, at least in my opinion. But hey, it's online. It's the online world. You are entitled to be as anonymous as you wish to be. So there we go. All right. There's a front kick right there by Kavanagh. Misses. He says, I study the internet. Fair enough. That is a young boy thing to do too. That's the reason why, listen, I think the younger generation, people that are like younger than my generation, maybe even younger than the ones that are younger than me, I think that they are a whole lot smarter than the older generation just because of how internet savvy they are. Now, me, I fancy myself as, decently high IQ'd, but I think the main reason for that is because I seek out knowledge in the internet as well, right? As well as, conventional education that I've gotten along that path as well. But yeah. All right. So round number 2 right now. Okay, there's a straight shot right there by Charles Johnson. I don't understand about his haircut, right? Like he's bald everywhere else, and then he leaves the backside as the only part of his hair. But I kind of see YNs in Stockton, sort of follow that same that same style of haircut. But nonetheless, yeah. Oh my goodness, Charles Johnson just knocked out Loner out of nowhere. I can't believe that. Yo, I cannot believe that. He knocked him out of nowhere. Charles Johnson just knocked him out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, Charles Johnson just knocked him out. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. That is crazy, crazy work, guys. I can't believe that. That was out of nowhere. And you know what? I want to yell even louder, but at this part of the United States right now, it is probably not feasible to do that because it is like 2 a.m. in the morning. But wow, I can't believe it. He KOs him out of nowhere. Kavanagh gets KO'd out of nowhere. Yeah, man, that was a perfect spin right there. That came out of nowhere. Wow. 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 That was a perfect shot. That was a perfect shot. That was out of nowhere. Wow. Unbelievable. Stick to coaching, Kavanagh. Man, yo, you dissing the wrong Kavanagh, my boy. You know what? And you know what's crazy about that? They say that John Kavanagh right now is not even coaching as much for all that's worth right there, right? So I don't know what they mean by that. Maybe by the capacity that he's coaching other people, or maybe he's just kind of taking a step back from coaching and doing his thing, or letting the other coaches do their thing. I don't know, man, but yeah, at least that's what I've been hearing about John Kavanagh. Let me know if you've heard something like that or something similar to it. But yeah. All right, so we now just await the final results announced with the second round knockout by Charles Johnson. So yeah, man, we should have never doubted Charles Johnson. I was a little hesitant on not picking him, but I don't know, man. You know, that's the fight game for you in a nutshell. Wow, yeah, the pride of St. Louis. How about that, man? Charles Johnson, the pride of St. Louis. Yeah, he definitely had a chip on his shoulder here, and he proved everybody wrong. You know, very beautiful underdog story, isn't it, if you really think about it? Oh, he's speaking in Chinese. What is this out of nowhere? Oh, wow. Listen, he's using ChatGPT. Yo, this is wild. This is wild. Charles Johnson is using ChatGPT to communicate to the Chinese crowd. Said, fight for your dreams. We will rise together. You know that the CCP is going to be looking at that in a controversial light, like, hey, what are you saying here? You know, so he said, Ja yo. All right, man. Shout outs to Charles on that one. That's a pretty big win. Who is fighting next? Very good question. The next fight coming up next is Maheshate versus Gage Young. So, yeah, that's the next fight that is coming up, my man. So that is going to be a 155 fight. And then after that is Kiefer Crosbie versus Nueraji. So, yeah, you know, basically, you know, a Chinese card, to say the least. So, yeah, that's the next fight, my man. Yeah, just that one mistake that cost John Kavanagh, you know, unfortunately, everything. So, all right, man. Maheshate versus Gage Young coming up next. Maheshate, as they say. Okay. Yeah, this guy has a win over Steve Garcia. All right, Gage Young didn't really have a good UFC debut, now trying to redeem himself right here. So, all right, lightweight matchup coming up next. Full name. They don't have a full name on there, which is strange, right? Like, there's very few fighters that have ever had, you know, just a first name. So, what's the first name? Pronounce it, please. Maheshate. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it, my man. You would probably know how to pronounce it better than me. But if you care to educate me, please do so. This is the highest tower in Shanghai right now. So you know what I like to do is give a little bit of a theme every time we are at a particular city where the UFC is at. I like to sort of give a theme behind it, which is the reason why I gave you guys that background. You have to try. No, my man, you have to try and teach me how to pronounce, how to say that. But yeah, you give it a try, or at least write the pronunciation of it on the comment section below if you can. But yeah, we await the next fight coming up. Yeah, the global financial hub of the world, as they say, huh? Shanghai. How about that? Wow. Since 2017 was the last time they were here in Shanghai. All right, Missouri to Shanghai. Maheshate. There it is. Maheshate. Maybe that's how you pronounce it, right? Maheshate. Okay. As I'm watching the television screen right now, listening to how they pronounce it, yeah, Maheshate. All right, so here's Young walking out right now. How do you say this? Hayashir Maheshate. Hayashir Maheshate. Let me know if I said that correctly. All right, so they say that Gage Young causes his opponents to make bad decisions. Let's see how that pans out here. What is Ilia Topurova's current record right now? Let's see. Is it 16 and man, that's crazy. Him and Khamzat are both 16 and 0 right now. Ilia Topuria. (17 and 0). He is 17 and 0 in the current moment of time right now, which is crazy. 17 and 0. All right. Higher Maheshate is coming out right now. Here we go. Tuporo. He should be arrested for a complicated name. I mean, listen, man, I would think you would have to do that for a lot of people in the UFC, right? Because look, think of how global the UFC is, right? Now look at where we're at watching this fight. It's in Shanghai. You know what I mean? Like, that's how global the UFC has gotten, my man. So it's like, yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? All right, here we go, man. Maheshate has just walked into the cage right now. Oh, wow. So we got the main card just right after this one. All right, 3 rounds in the lightweight division. All right, Herb Dean, the referee for this one. All right, round 1, here we go. All right, good front kick right there by Young. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot by Maheshate. There's a front kick by Maheshate. Oh, there's a nice high kick right there by Young. He says, if you have a complicated name, UFC should change it to UFC followed by a serial number, except you're trying to give them some serial numbers. That's crazy, man. All right, there's a jab right there by Maheshate. Okay, a little bit of some finger extension right there. Warning by the referee. Okay, there's some exchanges in the inside right there. Okay, there's a takedown shot right there by Maheshate. All right. And that is the end of the first round right there. I'm going to have to give that one to Young, man. Listen, Young was looking really impressive in this round right here. Yeah, I'm going to probably have to give it to him on this one. So, real interesting round to score. All right, so here's round number 2 right now. Here we go, round number 2. Are you playing a game? Yes, I am, while I'm also watching this fight. So, yeah, I think you could hear the little clicking and clacking right there. So, all right, here we go. Maheshate is walking down Young, and then they're in a clinched position right now, fighting for the exchanges by the cage. There's Young right now shooting in on Maheshate. How dare you, he says. How dare me? What you mean, man? What you mean, how dare me? Why? Why gotta be like that, Fresh? All right, so there's a low kick right there by Young, front kick as well. All right, there's a double champ Double jab right there by Young. There's a nice low kick right there by Maheshate. Oh, good exchanges right here in the pocket between them. Okay, there's a double jab right there by Young. Yeah, certainly not in Kansas right now, is he? You know, as the expression in the Wizard of Oz says. Oh, nice knee right there by Young. Yeah, Young looking good right now. Oh, that's a good shot right there. Okay, so now they're in the ground right now with Young right on top. Half guard position on top of Maheshate right now. Oh, so now he's got his back right now. All right, so that's the end of the round right there. Man, very tough round for Maheshate, I must say.
Take a deep breath and press out against his chest. Come on, you can do it. Don't go soft. We were quite close in the second round. Be harder. You can win this game if you can go harder in the third round. We only have one round to go.
Yeah, so the corner is saying that we only have one round. You gotta get right on it.
Be in the center. Otherwise, that will be dangerous to keep distance, mid and long range. Now let's move on around.
Don't miss a moment this September. Subscribe to UFC White House. Watch live action from top promotions like Fury FC, LFA, Cage Warriors, and many more. It's only on UFC White House. Third and final round between Maheshate and Gage Young. It could very well be one of these moments.
All right, so here we go. Okay, so there's a low kick right there. Good low kick by Maheshate. All right, there's a double jab right there by Maheshate. Good 1-2 shot. All right, so here's some clinch positions right now with Young and Maheshate. Oh, some good exchanges here. All right, so 44 seconds left into the third round right now. Oh, there's a good knee right there by Young. All right, and that is the end of the round right there. Man, let's find out who. Let us find out who won the decision on this one. I have a feeling, man, Young may take this one right here, but you never know with the judges and how they're going to see it. So yeah, let's find out who the winner is of this one. And yeah, man, let's take a look at some more sites in Shanghai. Look at this, man. They build trees right inside their buildings, sort of like, I don't know, like an eco-friendly type of concept that they got going on there, you know. But yeah, man, that's China for you in a nutshell. So all right, well, there it is, guys. So Young wins the fight right there. That's effing illegal, he says. Yeah, man. So Gage Young wins. Dang, I didn't even know. Yeah, great win for Gage Young right there. Obviously, him winning this fight was predicated on the fact that he was, you know, just a lot more active than the other guys. So, yeah, he wins this one by decision. And I think we are on to the main card right now as a result of that. So that's effing illegal. He says trees indoors. Now, why would that be bad, right? You know, there's some benefits to that if you didn't know, Fresh, right? Some of the benefits that you get out of that is that, you know, you get, natural energy, right? You get oxygen, extra oxygen. That's a positive thing, wouldn't you say? I would assume that's a positive thing, but you let me know if you don't think that's such a positive thing. I mean, I guess that's kind of the purpose behind it, but I don't know. I'm not an ecologist or anything like that to really, have a strong grasp or understanding of that. But yeah, nonetheless, whatever floats anyone's boat, right? Hey, you know what? I wouldn't mind having trees around the house, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, that's neither here or there. So. Put innocent trees in prison. We should deport some trees. We have too many. Call ICE. He says, man, that's a wild thing for you to say, my man. Very wild of you to say. But yeah, man, look at this. This is where they are holding this event at, Shanghai, China. So, all right, yeah, we're already in the main cards. There it is, man, 3 a.m. in the morning. So we are definitely ready for the main cards right now. So in the meantime, let's go back to when last week Khamzat Chimaev won his title finally Let's check out that moment right there. That undefeated in his UFC career. All right, and with that concludes UFC 319. We just now witnessed a 5-round domination by Khamzat Chimaev. Now, from round 1 to round 4, it was complete domination by Khamzat Chimaev, a rinse and repeat cycle. He did try to strike with him a few times. Dricus only opened up with kicks every time they were in a stand-up position. No boxing, no movement, no circling around or anything like that. It was as if he was just waiting for Khamzat to take him down, and he did. Every time you would think that, all right, they would stand back up, that he would somehow get some sort of sense of redemption, right? That didn't happen. So in the end, what happened was that it ended up becoming just a constant rinse and repeat cycle, because once you know that you have somebody's number when it comes to taking somebody down, you're going to do it over and over again. And the first time that you did it, then the second time that comes around, then before you know it, they get tired from the clinch exchanges. And the next thing you know, you're repeating over and over what you're doing. Now, you got to understand, beating somebody up doesn't mean that you won't get tired as the aggressor, because you as a person, remember, you can also get tired beating up a bag. As a result of getting tired beating up a bag, or beating up a person, in this case with resistance, by the way, resistance from a former world champion, a world champion caliber in Dricus du Plessis. And by the way, shout outs to all of his submission defense, right? Remember, Khabib ragdolled Conor McGregor in that same way and did not offer the same type of submission defense or wrestling defense the way that Dricus du Plessis did. That is the reason why he was a dominant champion in the way that he is, in the way that he displayed against Izzy, the way that he displayed against Sean Strickland. But Khamzat Chimaev is not only well-rounded, but he's also a specialist in wrestling. But in the end, Dricus had his moments, but it wasn't enough. A few times, what's his name? Mark Goddard sort of helped him get up a few times as well, right? Because he called for a stand-up, sort of what referees do at a stalemate. But nonetheless, it was a dominant performance by Khamzat Chimaev. It was exactly as how I predicted it would be. And as a result of that, this is the result that we got in this matchup. So now let's go on to the co-main event of the evening, right? LaRon Murphy gets a knockout against Aaron Pico. I predicted Aaron Pico was going to win this one based on the wrestling. What did Aaron Pico do? He out-wrestled LaRon Murphy until LaRon Murphy out of nowhere came back with a spinning elbow knockout to take out Aaron Pico in his UFC debut. Very similar to how Aaron Pico got laid out in his pro debut. And I should have seen this coming. I should have never underestimated the undefeated prowess of LaRon Murphy. On top of that, undefeated in his UFC career. What does he got now? He gets Volkanovski. That would be a great fight. And you know what else? I think LaRon Murphy beats Volkanovski. After LaRon Murphy beats Volkanovski, guess what? I think it should be undefeated versus undefeated 145. Movsar versus LaRon Murphy. That is the matchup to make. Carlos Pratis, a guy that has over 200 Muay Thai fights. Guess what he did to Jeff Neal? Literally the same thing that LaRon Murphy did to Aaron Pico. The same move, spinning back elbow. Bang, bang. Okay, now you guys know as a Muay Thai fighter myself, that is one of my favorite techniques right there, is that spinning elbow. But you got to time it correctly. You got to wait for the opponent to come in. It's a counter shot, right? And then you got a spinning move to go along with it. So you really got to time it at a timely manner. Okay, and then after that, Jared Cannonier versus Michael Venom Page. Michael Venom Page gets a decision, does what he does, right? Outpoints Jared Cannonier, and Jared Cannonier could do absolutely nothing with it. Tim Elliott defeats and submits Kai Asukara. A lot of people were underestimating Tim Elliott in this, but the movement of Tim Elliott, I told you guys, is absolutely immaculate, right? Very similar to TJ Dillashaw, very similar to Dominic Cruz. and then he got the submission and showed Kai Asakara why there are levels to the UFC. And this is a guy who took the legend Mighty Mouse Johnson to the max. Okay, he took him to the max, and as a result, that is exactly what happened right there. He took him to the max, and not only that, he submitted him at the end of the fight, and that was all she wrote. How about this? The debut of Bagzar Sarukiev taking on the former Marine Eric Nolan. Now, obviously, this is historic. 4 days into this fight and gets a submission. I mean, and Khamzat said that this guy was better than him. Now we see what Khamzat was talking about. All right. And then Gerald Mershad gets knocked out by Michael Olajaychuk. Okay. Very similar to, by the way, how Moses Otama knocked out Dylan White earlier on the day when we watched that in the boxing show, right? Very similar knockout. Lays him out in the first round. And that was that. Godinez gets a decision over Jessica Andrade. She had only 1 takedown, 14 takedown attempts in this whole entire fight, but the striking percentage was on her side. She was outboxing her, outworking her, outstriking her, and ultimately that's what won her the fight. Chase Hooper was the favorite to go into this fight, gets knocked out by Alex Hernandez. Devastating knockout. All right. What's next for Chase Hooper? Who knows, right? Maybe lightweight division is not for him, right? Maybe he's a little bit too skinny. He is 6'1", but maybe 145 was better for him. Who knows, man? But on any regard, shout out to Alex Hernandez for that first round knockout. King Green versus Diego Ferreira was canceled tonight. That is unfortunate. As we go on to the prelims, as we go on to the early prelims of the night, right here. Let's see here. What are the early prelims? Hold on a second. All right, so
crazy how he just keeps taking them out.
For real, for real. Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Okay, so more so on the beginning fight of the night, Joseph Morales, our very own Sacramento guy, Team Alpha Male, wins a contract, a tough final against the Kazakhstani Albi Idris. Right, gets a triangle choke at the end. Kareem Silva gets a decision over Dion Barbosa. Speaking of Barbosa, another Barbosa loss back-to-back. Edson Barbosa loses to a decision against Jakar Close. Very close fight, by the way. Many people may have thought that Edson Barbosa won that fight, but in the end, that was all she wrote. So that is a full card recap that I just did for you guys right now. So let's start from the very top, okay? Khamzat Chimaev, 5-round decision domination. Laron Murphy, spinning back elbow in the first round. Carlos Prates, spinning back elbow in the first round. Back-to-back spinning back elbows. Michael Venom Page gets a decision over Jared Cannonier. Okay, what is this, man? This Crosbie dude has a mean submission game, doesn't he? Look at this, just constantly threatening. But look at this. It is Nurgozhay that's on top right now. And there we go. Okay, man, he's maintaining this top control position right now. Even though Crosby's doing a very good job of threatening these submissions, it is Nurgozhay that is, really banging him up top in the ground and pound position right now. Oh! Oh, wow. A time called by Mark Goddard. What is this? Wow. Man, his nose is dripping blood right now. An illegal shot. That was vicious right there. Mark Goddard is like, come here, come here. Okay. Knee. Oh, wow. So Mark Goddard is saying that was a blatant knee right there. Wow. That was a blatant knee. So he's going to give him a timeout. Okay, so the doctor says, are you happy? Okay, he says, do you want to continue this fight? And then he kicks the doctor out straight away. Wow, 2-point deduction. A 2-point deduction. That is insane. A 2-point deduction. Hey, Marty Miller, did Ortega and Sterling fight yet? No, Marty. We are in the main card, though, the first fight of the main card right now. So I'm assuming where you're at in the East Coast right now, it is probably 5 a.m. from the part of the world that you are at right now. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Oh, so far there's Nueraji right now banging away with some elbows, really taking advantage of the fact that he hurt him with that knee right there, and then he's looking to finish him off. Mark Goddard is begging him to fight right now, but then he goes and stops the fight right here. That is the end of the fight right here. Nueraji wins this by stoppage in his UFC debut. Okay, but of course, there's going to be an asterisk next to it, and I got all the timestamps right there to, basically, highlight that. But yeah, man, very dangerous prospect indeed, man. That was amazing. Amazing fight. A lot of drama that went into that fight, but nonetheless, he gets his finish on his UFC debut. Wow, man. Great first fight of the evening so far. So, okay, 6:15. Okay, so you guys are 3 hours away. Asterisk and obliques, Fresh Melon Juice says. Yeah, man. Aside from these relatively unknown fights that we have in front of us, I mean, it's not a pretty bad card. Look, after this fight, we got a 125 fight, which, two guys that nobody really knows. After that, it is basically the top 3 fights of the night. You have Pavlovich, you got Brian Ortega, and then you got Walker. Imagine if Brian Ortega was not in this card, man, how much of a tragedy that would serve, right? Yeah, but luckily that's not the case. So, wow, man. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to last week. Very own Sacramento guy, Team Alpha Male, wins a contract, tough final against the Kazakhstani Albi Idris, right? Gets a triangle choke at the end. Korean Silva gets a decision over Dion Barbosa. Speaking of Barbosa, another Barbosa loss back-to-back. Edson Barbosa loses to a decision against Jakar Close. Very close fight, by the way. Many people may have thought that Edson Barbosa won that fight, but in the end, that was all she wrote. So that is a full card recap that I just did for you guys right now. So let's start from the very top, okay? Khamzat Chimaev, 5-round decision domination. Laron Murphy, spinning back elbow in the first round. Carlos Prates, spinning back elbow in the first round. Back-to-back spinning back elbows. Michael Venom Page gets a decision over Jared Cannonier. Tim Elliott, guillotine chokes Kai Asakara after outstyling him in the whole entire fight. And the protege of Khamzat, Sakarayev, submission rear naked choke on Eric Nolan. Michael Olajechuk gets punches, knockouts on Gerald Mershad. Lupita Godinez gets a decision over the former champion, Aaron Hernandez, gets the cross ground and pound punches to Chase Hooper. Jakar Close, unanimous decision. And I believe we covered everything. So what is next for Khamzat Chimaev, guys? This is what I think is next for Khamzat Chimaev. What he needs to do is fight Aaron Hernandez. I'm sorry, not Aaron Hernandez, Anthony Hernandez. I keep mixing him up with Aaron Hernandez, a football player. He needs to fight D. Ritter. There's sky's the limit. And then on top of that, there's Sean Strickland. There's the money fight right there that we all want to see. Sean Strickland versus Khamzat Chimaev should be next. The trash talking, the history that they have with each other, and the fact that Khamzat knows he could beat him because of what he did with him in the gym. Guys, that is all that we have for this one right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, so let me address something here, right? Did you really stay up or wake up really early? I would say woke up really early or just had, some naps, in the afternoon to get ready for this one because, I was like, you know what? I thought this is a good card. It was a perfect Saturday. It was just, perfect timing. Trust me. Everything that I try to do is within a perfect timing and within a good reason. That's why there are days that I don't live stream and then there are days that I do. But look, man, I tell you what, you guys believe in me, right? I believe in myself. I have the talent. I have the support, with the right people. And then we have a growing support on top of that. The only thing that I need to add on to that recipe is the hard work. And this is the hard work part. Now, I've already built the hard work over the years of learning how to speak, learning about MMA, being part of MMA, learning the sport inside and out. Like I learned that part already. The speaking part, obviously, because I've spoken for a living for a long time, right? Working with, different corporations and different jobs that deal with communications, media, communications and things of that nature. So now it's just the hard work. The hard work, has to be put in. And this is the hard work part of it is, doing streams that are Chinese cards, which are not sometimes, suitable for, an American time frame or an American, circadian rhythm. He says, when you go on breaks, you should have a Russian news reporter reading the latest news. So in other words, you're asking me to play an Ali G character, aka Sasha Cohen, right? You know what I mean? Like that. I think that's what you're asking me to do. But all right, so we got the 125 fight coming up next. Yeah, this guy right here, Sumudaerji, you know who he looks like? He looks like this Laotian Muay Thai fighter that I trained with, Aber Overtongue from Muay Thai Lao in Sacramento. That's who he looks like. Oh yeah, pre-recorded. Got it. Okay. Yeah, man. Maybe that is something that I could look into, man. There's a lot of people that have been, requesting about the Russian news reporter guy. That seems to be a thing now. So here's the thing that we created out of this, culture within our chats, right? We created Russian newsman. Okay. And then we now created, don't know me from a can of paint. I mean, this is something that a lot of people use in the West Coast, use in the Sacramento, use in the LA area. But I don't think that it's been, said or brought into the attention away. I mean, there's a lot of podcasters, California podcasters, that use the term, you don't know me from a can of paint, but they don't do it in a pronounced way in which it's being advertised or brought to, the wider attention of the audience. So, we do have something going on here. You can make a shirt out of that. Obviously, you can make a shirt that says, you don't know me from a can of paint, or a whole bunch of other phrases that we have here. Russian newsman. So, those are some little characters that we have going on here in this space. So, shout outs to all of y'all that contributed to that. So, yeah, man. All right, man. Yeah, a can of paint is a good podcast name. But there would be no context behind it though. Like, it's good. Can of Paint MMA channel. Yeah. You know what? Maybe for a Clips channel or something like that. Can of Paint MMA channel. Yeah, that does kind of ring a bell a little bit. I don't think anybody has that name. But yeah, listen, if you guys want to use that name to start up your own channels, you're more than welcome. I wouldn't hate it, because I'm not the one who created the term can of paint. I just happen to be a recipient of that cultural expression. So, all right, so there's Walker walking into the arena right now, and then there's Zhang Ming Yang. Yeah, I have a feeling though. Claim it. Fresh Melon Juice says. Yeah, I have a feeling. Patent it. Inshallah. Man, you guys are giving me some good ideas. I might just, right. It is quite a good idea. So, all right, well, Kevin Borjas and Sumudaerji is coming up next. Put a flag on it. Start a country with it. All right, man. Going a bit overboard with that. I think that the countries that are already established in of itself already have a hard time establishing whatever it is that they have going on. Now you add more confusion to the mix by introducing new nations. By the way, there's new nations that are being built every day, by the way, especially in Africa, right? What a lot of people don't know about Africa is there were many wars that are going on in that part of the world, and therefore, it is constantly changing and evolving. And by the way, speaking of the subject matter at hand, many of those people that are involved in the wars that are going on in in Africa is China, along with Russia, along with the United States, because the United States is always trying to be up in there, trying to get some oil and whatever resources they can find. So, and then he says fight wars for it. Yeah, that's yep. All right, so just waiting on to the next matchup that is coming up right now. So, a little skyline view of Shanghai right now. All right, so within 4 hours, And 12 minutes into the stream right now, what we have is the next fight coming up, which is Kevin Borjas versus Sumudaerji. I hope I'm saying that name right. Sumudaerji is the next matchup coming up right now in the main card. We already got these fights rolling right now. We got, after this fight, we have the top 3 main fights of the evening. So those are going to be the most highly anticipated ones. We are just basically waiting for this matchup to get up out of the way so that we can have Pavlovich and Costa get in there. And then you got Brian Ortega and Sterling get in there. But then you also got Johnny Walker and Min Yang getting in there for the 205 placement, right? Is Walker ranked? I don't think he's ranked, is he? Right? Oh, I don't think he's ranked at all. Let me find out. Let me see the stats of Johnny Walker here. Let's see if they give any indication that he is ranked or not. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so they're still in a commercial break right now. Yeah, wow, man. Johnny Walker, 33 years old, still doing the dang thing right now, huh? Oh, what is going on here? What's going on here? They don't want me to look at Johnny Walker's thing here. It's not loading quickly enough. What's going on? Okay, so here we go. Is he ranked right now? No, he's not ranked. Oh, number 13. Okay, so he's ranked number 13 in the light heavyweight division right now. Okay, so he's ranked number 13. All right, and as far as Min Yang, does he have a ranking right now? Okay, so he's ranked number 14. Okay, so he's right up there. Yeah, he's right up there in his career. So, okay. All right, so flyweight division fight. Here we go. All right, out of Lima, Peru. Ngayu, oh man, the word that I can't say. He called him Ngayu the N-word. Oh no. But you know, that's how they it's Spanish, isn't it? You know, that's how they talk. So, you know, I guess it should be normal, right? But Fresh Melon Juice says this: the UFC Chinese translator woman even have trousers or pants on. She looks like she's wearing one of my t-shirts. MMA Guru, your friend. Huh? I don't understand that. Oh, MMA Guru said that. Okay. MMA Guru. Oh, okay, you're watching MMA Guru's stream as well. Okay, that's cool, man. You know, keep me updated on some of the things that he's saying. You know, give me intel on the enemy. You know what I mean? So, all right, here we go, man. Round number 1. Both in the stance, that famous stance that John Jones made, obviously. Kamzat also opens up in that stance, but on any regard, here we go. No, X stream. No, X not stream. What do you mean? No, what do you mean no X not stream? Let me know what you mean by that. Are you saying you're watching him on X? Yeah, you can catch MMA Guru on X, right? I suppose he does X content now. So in terms of like, I guess, doing the same thing that he does on YouTube, but broadcasting it there, I mean. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Sumudaerji. All right, there's a hard inside low kick right there. On my timeline, Fresh Melon Juice says, Marty Miller says, big step up for Hillbilly Joe. Hillbilly Joe. All right, so now Borjas is circling around, and then there's Sumudaerji with a leg kick right there, followed earlier by a head kick. 332, 330, 329. Yeah, Borjas is trying to figure out the range here. First comment didn't go through, didn't tell Magomedov was fighting Pfeiffer. First comment didn't go through, didn't tell Magomedov was fighting Pfeiffer. Huh? Let me explain what that means. Oh, is that what you meant? Realize. A little more context on that one. You didn't realize. What didn't you realize? Yeah, so a lot of feints and explosion by Sumudaerji, right? Sumudaerji. Marty Miller says, you better watch it or Kyrie will ban you again. Nah, man, that was a clear accident on my part, right? Okay, here's Borjas right here shooting in for a single leg takedown. Oh, that Magomedov was fighting Joe. Okay, got it. Yeah, a lot of people are given. I know it's off topic, but Joe Pfeiffer, man, he was getting a lot of flack for the comments that he said about Mexico and whatnot. Oh. Oh, yeah, man. Really excited for that heavyweight matchup coming up next. Yeah, Johnny Walker hasn't fought in over a year, right? That's probably good in terms of really trying to heal his brain from all the knockouts, that he has suffered over the years, right? You can't just go in there and think that, every time you're going to have, a good positive outing. All right, so now we got 10 seconds left into the first round right now. Nice side kick by Sumudaerji. Ooh, there's a spinning heel kick right there. Spinning heel kick, very good, man. They said, welcome to the greatest show on earth. They're giving like some soccer, Spanish soccer to be exact, type of commercial going on. All right, so more commercial on this. All right, man. UFC 320. All right, so Kevin Borjas' corner is urging him to fight here. Okay, now they're asking him if he wants to see a doctor. I think he got poked as he was walking on his way in there. Okay, they're checking his eye right now. Oh, man, that was a very bad eye poke right there. All right, so still waiting on some time right now. Okay, so they're going to continue. They will continue this fight. All right, it says, are you ready? You're ready. All right, here we go. They resume action and they go right into it. Okay, so the referee is urging the fighters to make a fist. There's fingers out again. But it's kind of like what you do when you're like trying to paw those punches out or you're trying to parry, right? So it's kind of hard to say like to, just make a fist. But as long as you're not poking someone, I guess it's okay. Oh, there's a nice exchange between them right now. Yeah, so the corner of Borjas is urging him to go brawl and go for broke here because sometimes when you're dealing with someone that is highly more technical than you and they're displaying it, sometimes it's the only choice that you have left to do, especially in a very, desperate situation that they are at right now. So, there's a nice leg kick right there by Sumudaerji. Boy, I can't wait for the heavyweight fight. No offense to this fight, but I just know that those two guys are going to bring some insane action, along the way. And, I can't wait for it, man. All right, so there's Sumudaerji backing up. Boom, there's a straight shot right there. Very Conor McGregor-like, or at least the young Conor McGregor-like in his approach to this. Okay, there's a nice jab right there by Sumudaerji. Yeah, man, Sumudaerji is really just having some easy work moments right here, right? Fighting on the outside, using his range, getting creative, confusing Borjas, making Borjas walk into these shots. And I don't see anything different in round 3 as 20 seconds is left into this round right here. Look, and then he walks away like he's, just toying with him. All right, and that is the end of the round right there. That is the end of the round. All right, third and final round coming up. All right, so they're in commercial break. They will be back on there just shortly. Okay, third and final round. Okay, there's a shot attempt by Sumudaerji. Now Borjas trying to move in forward aggressively towards Sumudaerji. All right, there's a low kick right there by Sumudaerji. Oh, okay, he pushes him back right there. A little bit of a slip right there. Oh, there's a high kick right there by Sumudaerji. Oh, there's a nice kick right there by Sumudaerji. Oh, good judo hip toss right there. Yeah, the team alpha male fighter Sumudaerji. Yeah, great takedown defense on the part of Sumudaerji, man. Borjas is really trying hard here, right? Just constant takedown attempts after takedown attempts, and all were stuffed by Sumudaerji. Yeah, really pitching a shutout right here, right? You know, there's just no answer for it whatsoever. He is not giving him any answers here, and it has been all of Sumudaerji's fight this whole entire time. And within just about less than 90 seconds left into this fight, I think Sumudaerji has this in a bag. He can coast this whole entire fight right now, and it'll be all right. And now here it is, right in a clinching position. You know, nothing avail. It's just, you know, been the same thing over and over again in these takedown exchanges. So, yeah, really impressive takedown defense on top of his striking prowess that he sort of displayed here tonight. They said this has been brought to you by Cuervo. Now we listen to the Borjas corner, like as if it was, you know, purposely deliberate or something. Oh, that's a good elbow right there. Yeah, big moment of the fight right there. Oh, there's a spinning. All right. Well, Sumudaerji, I think, won this one by decision right here. There's Dana White right there congratulating him on that, right? So interesting to see that Dana White is in this, yeah, that he's in this fight night, right? Obviously, this is a very big fight night. But yeah, nonetheless, man, Sumudaerji gets a decision win over Kevin Borjas on this one. Hands down, been an easy work, right? He stuffed his takedowns all throughout this fight. He had no answer for it whatsoever. And Sumudaerji walks out of here as the clear winner, you know, via decision. So that's all she wrote. And man, we're on to the next fight. I can't wait. I cannot wait for the next fight. But in the meantime, while we wait for the next fight, I'm going to leave you with a video that I made about Moicano about a month ago, almost a month ago now. So let's hear what I had to say about Moicano and using the $200,000 settlement that he got. And you have to understand the difference between those two. Number one, he's misguided. What do I mean by that? He was given the wrong information. I'll tell you off the bat, I had a Vietnamese homie whose grandfather, or at least I think one of his uncles, by the very least, had these extremely anti-communist sentiments. Because if you remember, the Vietnam War was predicated on free market versus capitalism, free market versus communism. So how does this relate to Money Moicano? Well, take a look at his nickname, Money Moicano. He came a long way. Remember the time when he had that situation with MMA Guru.
It's gonna be a third world country, and I don't want that say I would get slapped by the drill double almost 1 year without fighting, and I schooled this.
So a couple of things to take from that post-fight interview where Moicano had beaten Drew Dober. He calls out MMA Guru. He says, hey, you're an effing pig, yada, yada. You didn't believe in me. And then next thing you know, MMA Guru's channel blows up even more than it already is blowing up at that current moment of time, right? So as a result of that, Money Moicano started seeing, you know what, there is an opportunity of business partnership, collaborating with this guy. And as a result of that collaboration, this is where Money Moicano started picking up a lot of MMA Guru's, how do I say this, ideological understandings of the world. Let me show you what I mean.
Like, first fight was 2K and 2K, and everyone's talking about fighter pay. Dude, people are going to do shit for money. Like, that's just how it works. You know what I mean? Like, why are people complaining about that? Like, there's no obligation to pay them a lot of money. If they're dumb enough to do it for that much, then that's what they're going to do for that much. People need to keep the same energy with minimum wage for the entire fucking world.
Well, there you have it. Among other things, I've also heard MMA gurus say that it's better to keep the fighters at a low pay, because if you do, then you're going to keep them hungry. And as such, you constantly build up all these compelling matchups that you are getting with the leverage of the owners and the UFC.
Beat Jose Aldo.
Did he? Did he beat him?
Okay,
yeah, he did. He got a win. Let me say this though about the lower level fighters. No one fucking knows you.
Yeah.
The UFC don't owe you shit. You should be lucky you're getting 12 for 12. Because if you're making more money on the regional scene, feel fucking free to stay if you're selling tickets enough. Paddy Pimblett was on the regional scene and he stayed there instead of signing to the UFC because he was getting more money on the regional scene.
Yeah.
Because he was a name that people cared about. In Liverpool, he could sell out a show. He could sell out the Echo Arena in Liverpool on Cage Warriors, which is why he didn't go to the UFC straight away.
So I got to tell you what I agree with there, right? If you are a lower level fighter, I suppose you're not really going to get a lot of that money, which kind of brings me to the next question is, was Money Moicano really a well-known fighter before all of that? And if you take a look at his background, I don't think. Now, as we explore the career of Money Moicano, obviously from his latest fight in UFC 317, you take a look at, all right, during the Benoit Saint-Denis fight, he was a big name. During the Jalen Turner fight, he was a big name. That is how he got to UFC 300. Okay. Now, the Drew Dober fight was the post-fight interview that I just showed you right now, right? He called out MMA Guru, and as such, MMA Guru made him a bigger star. In fact, it is MMA Guru that got Money Moicano the Islam Makhachev fight. And I know that is insane for a lot of people to say or a lot of people to understand, but it is that guy who does podcasts in what people claim is his mom's basement as some sort of possibility of getting him a title shot. He did. Maybe he didn't, but you know what? He did. Because if you look at MMA Guru's numbers, they don't lie. He's bigger than most fighters, and his influence definitely reigns value. It does. And this is what we're seeing right now. Thing you know, MMA Guru and Money Moicano meet with each other live and in person and hash it out.
Very good to see you.
It's you, the fat pig. But
yes. Did you say fat pig or pig? Which one was
pig? Pig. I did say
cool.
fat pig.
Okay,
I
cool.
should, but I didn't.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay.
No, I'm kidding, my brother. But let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you why I was mad at you. A lot of people don't know, or maybe they don't. Maybe they know because you tell them. But you messaged me saying I would lose to Dubber, and I think that was on Tuesday, right? Or Monday?
Yeah, on fight week.
On fight week, and I was, man, I don't believe. And I even talked to when I was warming up, I was thinking about, man, MMA Guru think I'm going to lose. Do you believe that? I was thinking about that, brother.
I'm rent free.
So let me get this straight. He lives rent-free in his head, and on top of that, I think it's fair to say that MMA Guru influences his train of thought.
Law Tigers, they make sure you get paid, and they make sure you get max payment. 3 years ago, I got ran over by a guy texting his wife, not paying attention. You think his insurance wanted to pay me? No. So what did? I picked up the phone, I called Law Tigers. Best decision I ever made.
Welcome to the next edition of the Game Changer Bat Lab, our unique bat rating system that's built to help athletes find the right bat for them.
Oh my God.
All of a sudden, he became a well-known figure in the world of MMA internet. And at that particular time, I also remember Manny Moicano started gaining right-wing MAGA fans. He started embracing this idea of, I love the United States, I love the free market, but he also has an extremely loyal personality in which he believes that when he stepped in there against Islam Makhachev, do you guys remember that fight? He came in at a short notice. Arman Tsarukyan had an injury. God knows what that injury was, what could have possibly stopped him from going in there to fight Islam Makhachev for the second time around, and this time for the world title. Well, Manny Moicano took that opportunity because for the rest of his life, he will forever be known as a title challenger. You want to know who else is a title challenger or was a title challenger? Well, number one, let's look at the George St. Pierre era. Of course, there was Jake Shields. How's he doing right now? He's got a lot of great schools going on. He's got a lot of high profile clients as his trainees. And then you got John Fitch. I'm not even going to mention the Twitter spot about Jake Shields, right? That's for you to do your own research and conclusion to that. But shout outs to Jake Shields nonetheless, right? John Fitch is the other title challenger. What do you got to say about John Fitch as a former title challenger? Do you think that he's currently living good right now? Maybe a little bit better because he was part of the settlement with Manny Moicano. Do you remember? He was part of that settlement, and rest assured, John Fitch got his share of that pay. And then here comes Manny Moicano refusing this particular payment. And we're going to talk about exactly why that is. I'm going to give you reasons why right now. Absolutely outrageous to everyone's expectations. But I'm going to go into it, the mentality and the aspect of political identity, because that's important to understand with this too. Stay tuned.
You guys ever heard the term pull yourself up your bootstraps? Well, Moicano is the literal example of that, and this particular story speaks to that itself. Okay, so take for example, right? We understand that you got to have self-accountability. That's a very important aspect of conservatism, right? Because let's just call it what it is. What Moicano has going on is expressing his conservative views. You heard what he said in a post-fight against Drew Dover a couple of fights ago. He said that he wants to join the police. He wants to join the SWAT. He wants to make a difference. And I got to tell you, I have nothing against people who love their country or love the nation that they come from or love to protect their adapted nation, which is the case here with Moicano. I have no problem with that. The thing that I have the problem the most is that you turned down $200,000 of a settlement that you earned with your own money based on the fact that you just happened to have been fighting at a particular era where you are affected in terms of getting a settlement. I know a little something about this, and I think many people as well, that let's say if their companies have done them wrong in terms of hours or let's say if they were supposed to get overtime and it wasn't counted on the sheet, or perhaps maybe they had some situation going on with, let's say, their lunch break, right? That's a big thing when it comes to labor laws in the United States and in particular in California, right? So I could tell you from my experience, I've had gotten checks like that from different jobs and just for different various reasons. And this just happens to be one of them. This just happens to be business as usual in the world of labor laws and settlements in civil lawsuits. Okay, but why is it that Moicano decided to take this route?
I'm a professional athlete and I've been one for most of my life, so I've always seen things through a sports lens. That makes Donald Trump our head coach. And before the global pandemic, we were winning Super Bowls. And when you're winning Super Bowls, you don't fire the coach. Doesn't matter if you don't like the plays he runs, the players he puts on the field, or what he says on Twitter. You sure as hell don't replace him for another coach that's been in the business for 47 years at every level and never won a fucking game.
Now, the reason why I needed to show you that is show you two things, right? This is literally the exact mindset that Moicano has going on now. I'm sure Jorge Masvidal. We are at round one right now. Jesse Lee. No, I haven't checked out Jesse Lee yet, Marty, unfortunately. But all right, let's get to this first fight right here. This first of the real main card, I should say. All right, let's get to this stream. Having a bit of a tough time getting into the stream of things right now, if you know what I mean. But okay, here we go. All right. Now we're back right into it. All right. So far, at least within half of this fight so far, there's a bit of a lack of engagement until I said that. Here's Pavlovich right now just throwing down some bombs at Costa right now. Now, remember, I told you guys that I had picked Pavlovich to win this fight. And the reason being is because I just trust in the level of experience that he has going on. And yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that's some excellent timing right there. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Pavlovich. Hey, Marty, being that there's not a lot of fights, or at least not any major ones within the coming Saturday of this morning and afternoon and night, I could probably go check out Jesse Lee and see what he's about and then make some comments on it because, yeah, I think if I get a little bit of a study on this guy and what he's about, I think we're going to have an interesting episode right after. So, you know what? I will write on the community section if I did check out Jesse Lee, or I'll just hint, like maybe share something on a community tablet that has something to do with Jesse Lee. And then, yeah, you have to. It's very entertaining. Marty says, yeah, man. Inshallah, brother. So 3, 2, 1. That is the end of the first round. right now between Pavlovich and Acosta. For those of you that were able to catch that, let me know what you guys saw out of that fight. I missed about like half of that round because I had a bit of some technical issues. But yeah, man, let me know who you guys thought won that fight or that round, rather. But like I said, Pavlovich looked pretty good in there so far. And we are in a commercial break. ESPN, Asmar. The sounds of the wind and the sounds of the backdrop of the ESPN office up in Connecticut, right next to the office of the filthy Vince McMahon. All right, in round 3, here we go. Imavov versus Bahalo. Ooh, that's, yes, September 6th in Paris. All right, here we go. Did you pick Ortega or Aljo? You know what? My heart goes with Ortega, but my official pick, which is my intelligent pick, is going to go with Aljo based on the wrestling. That's what I think. I think he's going to out wrestle him, and yeah. I agree. Okay, so you're with Aljo on this one as well, huh? Yeah, man. You know, I hate to say it to my fellow Californian Ortega, but yeah. Beam. All right, there's a front kick attempt right there by Pavlovich. Especially since Ortega had such a bad weight cut. Yeah, he did, bro. He did not look good in that fight. But you know, the Chinese commission, they don't give a fuck about all that. You know what I mean? Like, they really don't. Because they got a show to get on the road, and they know that these guys have to get in there and fight to entertain the crowd, to appease ticket, last minute ticket, arrangements. So Brian Ortega had to get in there and fight as a result of that. So yeah, man. Now we just have to wait and see if that has hindered his performance in any kind of way. Oh my goodness, there's Pavlovich right there dropping some bombs on Acosta. Dropping serious bombs on him. Okay, so there's Pavlovich right there throwing some. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Acosta. There's a low kick back from Pavlovich. Wow, man, yeah. So a little bit of a jab range type of pathway that Pavlovich is taking right now. Oh, man, wow, listen. Acosta has a chin, my man. The way that he's taking those shots and not going down. Now, usually, man, Pavlovich puts out a lot of guys with those same type of shots. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a low kick right there. Hey, he doesn't even see it. The referee doesn't even see it, and he lets the fight to continue. I tell you what, man, Mark Goddard has gotten a little bit of a suspicious lately, if you ask me, right? Whether it's certain decision making he makes or just certain inherent biasness. Like, how did he not see there was a low blow there? Well, I didn't see anything. Keep fighting. I didn't see anything. Mark Goddard. He looks like one of those super stiff British dudes that take everything seriously. You know what I mean? Like, he strikes me as that kind of dude. All right, and that is the end of the second round right there. All right, so now we are now in the commercial break. The ASMR sounds of the commercial break in ESPN. Brought to you by ESPN and the ASMR that is involved in it. All right, so onto the final round. Onto the final round. All right. So, there's a nice overhand right there by Pavlovich. That was rough, man. All right, so here we go. Oh, wow, he just rocked him right there. And look at Acosta. He's just like, wow, you know what? I can take your shots. It's like as if he is impervious to, these shots that are coming at him. Fresh Mellinger says Francis would have smoked these dudes no problem. I don't know about Pavlovich, though. He would have had, I think he would have had a much harder fight with Pavlovich. In fact, the fact that Pavlovich is such a hard hitter, and I'm starting to kind of question that at some point, but prior to this fight, he definitely was a hard hitter, if not a killer, be killed type fighter, right? But yeah, I do wonder if he can match up with Francis like that, or if he can somehow make it look like another Lewis and Ngannou Francis fight. That's a possibility. And in the beginning of the first round, I'm actually watching the replay footage of the first round as well as the live fight right now in the third round with 237, 236, 235 of the fifth round. Is that, man, they were a little bit hesitant in the first couple of minutes. And now they're kind of opening up a little bit. They kind of are understanding the strength that the other guy has. And look, every time Pavlovich is trying to get in there for the kill shot, Acosta knows how to back away and alleviate the strength and the power that Pavlovich is going to throw. And look, here's something different that Pavlovich is going to go for. He goes in for a shot. They are back squared up once again. Oh, swing and a miss right there by Acosta. And then Pavlovich leans back, tries to counter him. Oh, wow. There it is. Now he's, wow. Acosta is still walking through these shots, man. That dude is definitely made out of bricks. And, you know, he's definitely got a chin. Oh, what is that? Look at this. He's slipping these shots. And then he's firing right back at Pavlovich at the same time. So, yeah, they are both at boxing ranges right now. Very comfortable in the boxing ranges. Not really concerned with any kicks or, okay, at least a takedown in the part of Pavlovich. But as of right now, so far, it's been nothing really but just a boxing match. And then here's Pavlovich trying to mix it up. Oh, there's a spinning back fist right there by Pavlovich. So how do you score this one right here? I wouldn't be surprised if this comes out to a draw, guys. Trust me. Draws are not out of the question for this one right now because Acosta is slipping a lot of these shots, but you could say that Pavlovich is the aggressor, but what is he really doing being the aggressor? Is it really helping him in any capacity? So, yeah, we're going to... All right, they're trying to do the little Max Holloway thing. Everybody in these fights tonight have been doing this whole, you know, Max Holloway imitation thing. So I don't know how I feel about it, but yeah. All right, well, we now get to find out who the winner is of that fight. Oh, man, great, man. I'm telling you, my adrenaline is high for the next fight coming up. Man, I'm really curious to see how Brian Ortega is going to deal with this situation at hand. All right, let's find out the decision for or the results for this one right here. All right, so the winner is by unanimous decision or split decision. Okay, Sergey Pavlovich wins by decision versus Waldo. Yeah, he was taking some big shots there, Waldo, and he was not going down. But yeah, taking shots doesn't win you fights, does it? You know, that's just really what it comes down to. And Yeah, you know what? I may have to agree with Fresh on this one. Maybe Francis would probably clean both of these guys out, but I still believe Pavlovich, at least just a couple of years ago, was a real knockout artist and would have been a very dangerous situation for anybody. So, yeah, man. All right. Well, I got this controversial video that I made when I made a prediction video about Brian Ortega and what's his name, Diego Lopez, right? Unfortunately, Brian Ortega lost that one. He lost that one, but guess what? I made a Kendrick Lamar video out of it during Canelo Fight Week where he fought Berlanga. So it's about Kendrick Lamar versus Mexican gangs. And, well, I'll show you right here, right? This was 11 months ago, 2.7K views, right? And in a very small channel that I have, which isn't bad. But all right, here we go. Check this out. Grappler being, as you can see right behind me, it is a residential neighborhood that is adjacent right next to this Southport Levee trailhead park that we have. So there's a trail here, and then there's a park that was just recently built right here. And when this was built, this parking lot and this whole entire trail, you would probably imagine that the folks in this residential area right here were probably not very thrilled. And you're probably asking yourself, well, what does this have to do with a Kendrick Lamar video? Well, as a matter of fact, it has a lot to do with it because recently his mural down in Compton was desecrated by a group of what is allegedly a Mexican gang known as the Tortilla Flats, which is not to make pun of the entire situation of a Mexican food and comparing it to a Mexican gang, but that is the name of their neighborhood, sometimes often named after the streets that they live in, such as Grape Street or Piru. In this particular case, Kendrick Lamar grew up with Pirus. And as you know, Los Angeles used to be a very high African-American population. And as years went on, it started declining. And then in came the rise of Mexicans and Latinos and the controversial issue that we have today with illegal immigrants. So it is the classic story of the people that used to live here versus the people that don't anymore, and then people moving in as a result, creating conflict. Nothing different from what you've seen in Palestine and all these other conflicts that are going on around the world. In fact, a lot of them have very much similar traits. Now, a lot of people in the past, during the comment sections, I've read something to the effect of, let's say if I was to talk about lefty gunplay or Tupac issues or whatever issues that are going on in LA in terms of gang culture, they often comment saying something to the effect of, well, you know what? Maybe you should not talk about gang politics. And you know what's crazy about that is that a lot of you really have no idea who I am. And I'll just put this in perspective like this. When I first moved to California, the first city that I had lived in was in Stockton. Obviously, I had, let's say, a known family member that I had lived with during that time. And in that surrounding area, guess what? It was nothing but Samoans and Asians. Let's just put it like this. I know a lot of people in the Asian Boy Crips and all the people that are in Stockton and all the people that are affiliated with that particular section. Okay, so for you to say that I don't know anything about this particular world, well, put it like this. Now living in Sacramento and been a long-time resident here, there's a lot of dudes that are about that life in Sacramento that know who I am. The question is, and I don't need to answer this to you, you got to ask yourself, how is it that they know a person like me, a person who's highly educated, a person who speaks proper, or as a square, as you like to call it?
Well, the reality is the reality, and the facts are the facts. I know what I'm talking about, so here we go. Let's talk about Kendrick Lamar and his mural being desecrated in Compton. So as you guys know, speaking of the gang politics of things, this is beyond gang politics, but also a racial issue that, quite frankly, is sometimes very underestimated. I'll give you an example. Tupac said in the To Live and Die in LA song, where would LA be without Mexicans, right? And I gotta be honest with you, he's right, but it depends on what hood or what politics or what neighborhood is surrounded by a particular section in terms of their relations with certain gangs and whatnot. In this case, unfortunately, it's not about black love, brown pride, and the sets again type of situation. We're talking about the Pyrus, a neighborhood that Kendrick Lamar was affiliated with or still is affiliated with, and the ongoing war that they've had with Mexicans in that region, on top of the fact that, quite frankly, Compton is becoming a lot more brown than black if you've been paying attention to the trends of its demographics. So it's really not difficult to understand why a group of these guys would go and spray paint Kendrick Lamar's mural, knowing that he is a legend in the West Coast, if not the entire black community around the world. But the problem is a lot of people are taking this into a racial matter. All right, so right now I am reacting to my video back in 11 months ago when Brian Ortega had fought Diego Lopez. So now it is the Brian Ortega versus Aljo fight. So yeah, this is a Kendrick Lamar video that I had made when the first time they had desecrated his mural, right? And obviously this is the type of area and the type of environment that Brian Ortega grew up around. He grew up around these gang politics, these racial politics in these areas. So let's check this out while we await for these guys to get in the cage, all right? Because it is time for Aljo versus Brian Ortega right now. But first, let's get to this from 11 months ago of this video I made. That's the unfortunate part about it. There is a racial component to this because they want to attach it to the idea that, and guys, it was racially motivated. Now, is it racially motivated? In my humble opinion, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not. I just think that there's indicators of that. There's indicators of that. A lot of Mexican gangs that don't like black gangs in LA, I got to tell you, their main prerogative is race, right? In other words, let's say if they were to write NK, which is what's going on, my guy. I'm not even going to repeat to you what the N means, but obviously the K in the end in most gang insignia. What's going on, Nas Castro? Just playing a video that I made 11 months ago regarding Kendrick Lamar taking on Mexican gangs while we await Brian Ortega to enter the cage. Because, by the way, Brian Ortega is known to be part of a Mexican gang in LA, which makes all of this really interesting. So shout out to you, my guy, and welcome to the live stream reaction to the co-main event of the evening. And by the way, it is 4 a.m. in the United States right now, at least in the West Coast. Is killer, as in killing the opposition of the name in the person in front of it that you are trying to proclaim or go against. So they didn't do that. They wrote something else, though. They wrote PK, which stands for Pyru Killer or Unaliver, as the new age and the new generation likes to say. So intelligently looking at it, you have to ask yourself, did they do this out of race or was it done out of gang politics? And I think you know the answer to that, because if they were to write NK, then it's obvious what they mean. But if they were to write PK in the proclamation
that they have made in the first place, then you understand exactly what their intentions were. That's all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we check out the view right around you right now. And by the way, before I head out, let's talk about a few subjects in terms of this weekend's fights, right? Want to make a few predictions on certain fights. Well, actually, one fight in particular, because I think this fight deserves a prediction all of its own and its own attention. And by the way, who better than Brian Ortega to represent this particular video that has a Los Angeles component to it? Because obviously that's the interesting story that we're talking about. So Diego Lopez taking on Brian Ortega. Let's talk about Brian Ortega for a second before we get into the prediction. Brian Ortega, in my humble opinion, is going to win this fight because I think that he is the much more technical fighter.
That one. That
he
prediction
is
I got
the much
wrong.
more proficient grappler, being a Gracie Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And on top of that, I think Diego Lopez is too reckless. And why is he reckless? Well, because he's a crash test dummy. That's really the best way to put it. What about Brian Ortega? Is he one? I think not. And you know what? This sort of goes and gives a sociological explanation that ties into the meaning and the beginning of the video that we are talking on right now, which is Kendrick Lamar and the type of life that you have to lead when you are growing up in Compton or in LA, at least in Brian's case in East LA and things of that nature. You got to grow up witty. You got to grow up smart. You have to grow up knowing how to be methodical. And I think that living those type of life really lends itself to having technical awareness in your fights, which means that Diego Lopez in this fight, he's going to be a crash test dummy. He's going to swing for the fences. And as a result, Brian Ortega is going to counter with wrestling. And not only is he going to counter with wrestling, he's also going to counter with transitions on the ground. If, let's say, Diego Lopez was to somehow get him on the ground or be in top positions that Brian Ortega would have never expected. But either way, I'm going with Brian Ortega by decision, all 3 rounds. And that is my final prediction on that. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope that you like the breakdown that I did with the Kendrick Lamar situation while also tying it to another Los Angeles native, which is Brian Ortega, and how well he's going to do in his fight against Diego Lopez this weekend. And I'm not just saying that out of biasness because obviously it's a Los Angeles themed video, but it's the reality of the situation. And I hope that I broke it down for you in the most entertaining ways possible. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right, and just like that, you like that transition right there, guys? Tell me that was not, a real perfect transition because, well, look at it like this, right? What do you call it? We're now right into round 1. Obviously, I got that prediction wrong because Diego Lopez put it on Brian Ortega, if you remember. But that was a different fight. This is the fight that is live right now as we speak. 420, 419, 418, 417 of the first round. There's Aljo right now stalking Brian Ortega. Brian Ortega is circling right around the octagon. And there's Aljo right now looking really big at 145, the biggest I've ever seen him. Goes for the jab. And then there's Brian Ortega still bouncing around the cage right now, circling right around Aljo. Very interesting method of madness that Brian Ortega is using right now. There's a low kick by Aljo. Very hard low kick right there. And by the way, for this fight, I'm actually predicting against Brian Ortega.
I think there's going to be a wrestling component that Aljo might apply, but he hasn't done that yet. He seems comfortable standing up with Brian Ortega, and I think that he is going to oblige him right there. Okay, there's a counter measure by Brian Ortega. Oh, okay, man, they're throwing some heat at each other right now. Oh, there's a good counter shot right there by Aljo. And then Brian Ortega still circling right around them. There's a low kick right there by Aljo. Now Brian Ortega, after taking a few of those leg kicks, seems a little more reluctant to spin around the block, as they say, right? Or circle around the cage that he was doing earlier in the beginning of the round. I think that those leg kicks are going to play dividends if Aljo keeps connecting on them. There's another one right there, and there's another one. There's a lead leg kick, and then there's back leg kick, rear leg kick. Jab attempt by Brian Ortega. Oh, there's a leg kick right there once again by Aljo. I'm telling you, man, they play dividends. You know, I saw Aljo winning this. I didn't think that it was going to be out of leg kicks. I thought that if Aljo was going to win this for show, the way that he was going to do it was takedowns and take top control, which I have not yet seen him do. Let's see how his how he sort of evolves as the fights and the rounds go on. All right, that's the end of round one right there. Not a good round for Brian Ortega. Maybe he needs to try a look. I mean, look, it wouldn't hurt for him to engage in his own wrestling patterns towards Aljo. I mean, obviously, Aljo is the wrestler here, right? But it doesn't mean that he can't engage. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and offensive wrestling could be a good way for Brian Ortega to offset him, because you know what? Every time he's throwing that leg kick, he can go in there, grab a leg, ankle pick him, single leg him, bring him to the ground, give him a taste of his own medicine, right? That's what I think Brian Ortega needs to do. Now, for Aljo, what he needs to do, he's just doing everything right. He's leg kicking him. He's giving some good jabs. He's throwing hooks and power shots with his hands when he needs to. But I would like to see him mix up with the wrestling. Obviously, if you're with Team Eagle, right, one of the things that he would emphasize with you is to, you know, basically go in there and implement wrestling as well. Mix it up. Don't let them feel comfortable in the striking, but also don't let them feel comfortable in the grappling, right? Be offensive minded, because sometimes that offensive minded method is the best mechanism to defense. Look at Aljo right now, threatening to sort of punch right down onto the knee. I told you guys earlier, right? I could get really animated now that I'm on video, whereas before, sometimes I would just do, pure audio. I did an all audio live stream earlier this afternoon, and yeah, so. But I do mostly with videos and whatnot. But all right, here's round number 2 with Ortega and Sterling right now. Aljo switch stance there for momentarily. Brian should continue circling right around Aljo. And from that circle, as he's going back and forth, giving himself distance, right, he can think about the different creative strikes that he can sort of throw at Aljo. Speaking of creative strikes, there's a back fist, spinning back fist right there by Aljo. A good attempt on his part. Oh, okay, there's a body kick right there by Brian Ortega. There's an oblique kick right there by Aljo. Okay, there's a jab right there by Ortega. All right, there's another jab by Ortega. Ooh. Is this a 3-round fight or a 5-round fight? Now I'm not sure. All right, so a bit of a slower paced action going on right now. Okay, there's a cross attempt by Brian Ortega. There's a jab. There's another cross right there by Sterling on his own. Interesting set of trunks he has on there. What is that, like purplish pink type of colors? Fresh Melon Juice says when grapplers are striking equals garbage fight. They are two efficient grapplers, aren't they? Obviously, Aljo has taken Peter Yan to a decision scorecard with just wrestling alone. And Brian Ortega is not, a bad grappling guy himself. What is this? Is this? He's calling timeout. What is this? Wow, man. Okay, that's very questionable right there. Herb Dean is giving him a break. Wow. Okay. Yeah, but you're right, man. Fresh Melon Juice, it's one of those situations where these styles cancel each other out. I think that's really the best way to, put it. I hope, man, you know what, man? Listen, the main event is going to be a first round knocker. I'm not even going to lie. Like, you guys know that. You guys know that right there is going to be, a straight up execution of the highest order.
and the receiving end of it is going to be Walker's dumbass. So still exciting, and still something highly anticipated to watch. All right, and that's the end of the fight. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, the end of the round rather, not the end of the fight. Wow, so the corner of Brian Ortega are not making any bones about it. They are saying that, dude, we are down 2 rounds. Like you got to have, a higher sense of urgency of some sort. All right, round number 3. And you know what? The UFC YouTube page was showing all the knockouts of Ming Yang, like as if they are. I mean, they are clearly biased towards this guy. And remember, they got a PI center, out in China, so something to think about. All right, so Brian Ortega is now the one walking down Aljo, but then Aljo circles right around him, and now they're just jabbing each other up right now. What is that? Herb Dean stopped the action there momentarily. Okay, there's a nice body kick right there by Brian Ortega. Very good body kick. Okay, there's a leg kick right there, and then Aljo tries to go for an ankle pick and a single leg. But yeah. Okay, there's a jab right there by Brian Ortega. Wow, so this is actually going to be a 5-round fight. Okay, there's a nice leg kick right there by Brian Ortega. All right, so now they're Aljo's sort of like bouncing around. I don't know what he's trying to do with that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, good exchanges right there. Oh. Okay, so we got just about 2 more rounds of this right here. Yeah, we definitely got 2 more rounds of this right here. Hey, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, write down what part of the world you are from on the comment section below. Represent where you are from. Marty Miller says, when females fight equals garbage fight. Well, I tell you what, this main event and co-main event is not going to disappoint. How close to the Aljo fight? Oh, we're at the Aljo fight right now. Yeah, this is the Aljo fight right now. And, so far, I think that Aljo has been winning these rounds. We are now in the championship rounds, Marty Miller. 4th round that we are going into right now. What's happening? So far, just more of the outstriking on the part of Aljo, which, by the way, surprised me. I picked Aljo to win this fight, but I would have picked him on the aspect of wrestling, but he's actually winning on the aspect of striking. Oh yeah, no problem, man. I understand. Yeah, of course, of course. This is what I do it for. Are the ones that are not able to watch this at the particular time that they are on. So, not the most ideal time to have a fight, but that is what happens when they have the fight out in China. All right, so now as Brian Ortega within the first round was circling around Aljo, it is now Aljo that is circling around the octagon. Now, that could be a wide range of things. I think that he has earned Ortega's respect. Or also, the other aspect of it is that he's constantly leg kicking the leg of Brian Ortega. And as he's getting leg kicked, I think that it is debilitating his ability to have an efficient striking and footwork game that he wants to implement. So now he's not able to circle around. I think there's a I'm going to tell you this, okay? Ortega is tough, but he likes zero fast twitch. Yeah, yeah. That is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's not there. He's a grinder, right? He has that, tough Mexican cardio. But I know what you mean, Marty. Yeah, he's not like oh, excuse me, sorry. Uh, but not complaining at all, obviously. My choice to do this. Hey, and it wasn't a bad choice. The views are not bad on this particular event, by the way. You know, the reaction views and then probably the actual ESPN views as well. Very underrated card, man. I'm happy for this card. And I tell you what, maybe the main event, I think the reason why they stacked up or at least had a couple of well-known names here is because they know that maybe the main event guy is going to knock out the other guy with ease. Remember when they tried to make Diaz and Chimaev? They did not want to cause the wrong what do you call it? The wrong backlash that they would get for putting Nate Diaz through something like that. All right, so there's Aljo right there. Oh, wow. There's the first takedown of the fight right there. And that's with Aljo. Well, that is one thing that I saw going into the fight was that, yeah, of course, Aljo was going to get his takedown. Now, the question is he going to be able to keep it, right? That is the next question. Will he be able to keep it? Oh. Oh, there's some good knees right there by Sterling. There's another good knee right there by Sterling. Oh, yeah, Brian Ortega needs to do something very drastically different for this fight. And there it is. He takes him down again. All right, so Aljo is remaining in top control position right now. As he's remaining in this top control position right now, this is exactly what I had envisioned in terms of how he was going to do in this fight. However, he did it a little too late, but he didn't do too bad in the department of striking. I mean, he was, really putting it on him in the striking department. All right, so just that is the final fourth round right there. We're on to the fifth and final round, which is crazy to say between Aljo and Brian Ortega. But of course, man, a well-deserved fifth round. On both men, Brian Ortega is holding his own in here. It's not like he's getting dominated here or getting, all slapped around. That's definitely not the case here. All right, so here we go. Round number 5, fifth and final round right here. So here we go. Now it is Brian Ortega walking down Aljo. What this really shows is the testament to his toughness, right? It used to be in the beginning of the fight in the first round where he was the runner. He was the guy that was circling around the cage. Well, now it is him that is basically cornering and boxing in Sterling. But here they are right now in these grappling exchanges going over and under and hooks. There's Aljo right there attempting a hook of his own. They break away. Now they are back on the feet in the center of the octagon. There's Ortega right there shooting in for a takedown. Like what I said earlier, right? What was the best thing that Ortega could have done was offensive wrestling, which he did, but instead he got countered by Aljo here. And now it is Aljo that is on top in full guard position. Ortega is a slow poke, Rodriguez, fresh melon juice says. Okay. Now it is Aljo that is remaining on top, full guard position right now. Oh, wow. Now it's Aljo with a straight hand. Speedy Gonzalez, cousin, fresh melon juice says. Oh, okay. Is that who's slow poker? I don't know. I haven't. I don't really keep up with the characters' names in those cartoons. So, okay. Thanks for educating me. Okay. So now here's Brian Ortega walking down Aljo while Aljo is refusing to engage. And now look at Herb Dean sort of breaking it up and making them engage with 213, 211, 210. And now there's Brian Ortega still trying to walk down Aljo. Oh, man, he spins and misses. All right, so now it's attacking his back. Man, yeah, Aljo is maintaining this back position right here. He's going for a rear naked choke. 120 left. Here's Brian Ortega fighting it off right here. All right, so now he's maintaining top control position right now. Aljo is on top. Ortega is on the bottom, and Ortega is hammer fisting from the bottom position while Aljo is on top of his full guard. Oh, wow, man. There's Aljo right there just throwing haymakers right now with some hammer fist on top. Now they are trying to get up. He tries to scramble in. He gets the back of Brian Ortega. And then Brian Ortega slides over into the cage. Now he is in a half guard position, trying to get up in the side of his hips while Aljo is ground and pounding away. Now they're both ground and pounding at each other with Brian on the ground and Aljo on top. And he's throwing an overhand right in a ground and pound position. I have never seen that in my life. I have never seen that in my life. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I have never seen that in my life. I have never seen that in my life. That is amazing. Yeah, wow. Yeah, he was ground and pounding with overhand shots. Very creative. All right, well, Aljo wins that one. Aljo won by decision. His volume, his speed, his control of the pace of the fight, and then the takedowns at the end ultimately is the reason why he won that fight. Yeah, kind of figured Aljo was doing good at 45. True, yeah. Fresh Melonju says, Kyrie, are you getting very, very tired? Not tired enough for the main event. So much so that I'm excited for the main event because I know that it will be a very early finish, or at least maybe a part of me is hoping that it's an early finish. But yeah, looks like our bro Zane. Well, you know what? This is the time zone that Zane is at right now in comparison to, man, when we're watching primetime USA cards, this is what he looks like because he is in this time zone right now. So let's hear what Aljo has to say. Speak into the mic. Oh, okay, gotcha. Real Talk 101. TKO says. Oh wow, man. Yeah, there's still Real Talk. LOL corrections at Marty Miller 101. He's falling asleep. No. Well, there it is, man. We got the main event right now. Shout out to Sterling. I don't even know what he said. If you guys know, I think he just said, he's happy to be here or this and that. Now he's putting on his chain right after that Michael Bisping interview. All right. Well, with that, we are now into the main event of the evening right now. So, the main event of the evening. All right, let's watch these promos right here. So now it is Ming Yang versus Walker right now. Probably said he's coming on someone's. Oh man, Zane Part 2 at Marty Miller. I bet we can make him angry now. exactly. You understand. MMA Guru is training hard. Heard he's KOing people and submitting elite fighters. I highly doubt that. I mean, listen, even MMA Guru himself would highly doubt that, and he would probably correct you on those notions because he knows his reality and he knows what he could do. This is why, look, are you ready? Fresh Melon Juice says, yeah, Kyrie versus Guru. I want to show you something. You talk about MMA Guru versus Kyrie, right? I want to show you something right here. Oh wow, what is this? Hold on. Wait, before we get into that, wow, okay. Instant reaction, right? The instant reaction, wow. Tracy Cortez just reacted to Brian Ortega's loss straight away. Um, right here. This is what she says right here. Because remember, these guys are exes, right? So he says, I don't feel sorry for nobody grown and capable. Y'all swear things be holding you back. What? Oh, wait, no, you guys can't see it. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so just for context, that's Brian Ortega right there. I don't feel sorry for nobody grown and capable. Y'all swear things be holding you back, but it really be you stuck in your ways and won't make the necessary changes to do better. It ain't the devil. It ain't the city you in. It's not the people you're around. It's you. Sorry, not sorry. Dang. Okay. Well, you know what? Everybody is a critic when somebody falls, right? You know, that's what everybody loves to do. You know, they love to, criticize everyone. Well, he should have done this. He should have done that. Kyrie wants Guru in London. Isn't he awesome? Yeah, that would be great, man. He's too tired to even entertain it. Oh no, not tired at all. To entertain that. I want to show you something. If you think that MMA Guru, has a chance with me, I want to show you the type of people that like I spar with. Okay, because I guarantee you, he's not. He's not sparring with people like this. And you know what's weird is that even if he's not sparring with people like this, Drickus sparring with him would not be enough. Okay, put that in perspective. Okay, let me show you the type of sparring partners I have. Hold on, where are these guys? Real quick, hold on a second. Where's that Team Alpha Male picture? Okay, the size of these dudes. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, he's not training with people like this. If I could find it, hold on a second. I'll just have to find it. I'll just have to find this picture later. But what I was trying to show you is I had a training partner that was 6'7" and that I, had trained with this guy. Right. Jealous hater. Guru might weight bully you, Kyrie. Dang, you just realized Kyrie banned me and fired me as a mod. Oh, did I do? Oh, hold on. Let me. There. Yeah, sorry. I think that was from earlier because when I accidentally, did that. Yeah, I didn't realize that you had to bring them back. Yeah, but of course, I mean, naturally, that is what would happen as a, natural course of action. But yeah. Oh man, that's crazy, man. Facebook be taking down some of your pictures sometimes, man. What is? Wait, no. All right, here's Johnny Walker coming out. It's all good, man. Just joking. No, I know, man. I know. I just banter. I gotcha. I gotcha. All right, so here's Zhang coming out right now. Here's Walker walking out right now. All right, so here's Walker walking out right now. Fred, what is this garbage music? Man, I don't know. It sounds like some techno stuff that Johnny Walker, seems to really be into, huh? Dagestan Walker. Yeah. Yeah, man. He'll never be Dagestan Walker, considering the fact that he sort of what do you call it? Has a lack of wrestling skills, so oh, wait a second. Okay, I know where that picture is at. Hold on. Okay, this is what I was going to show you about okay, hold on. Let me show you the size of like the training partners that I have, which shows you that there would be no way in heck that MMA Guru would, weight bully me in any kind of way. Okay, let me see if I can put this up. Okay, Walker is saving his wrestling skills. Okay, here's let me see if I can pause this somewhere right here. All right, here we go. Main event. All right. Like a true warrior, playing long time. I think Kyrie is low on batteries, sandbagging Walker. All right, well, here he goes. All right, Mark Goddard, the referee. All right, round one, guys. Here we go. Oh, wow. What is that? Out of nowhere. Wow, out of nowhere. Wow, man, just exploded on him out of nowhere. Sandbagging, possum, slow walking Dagestani Walker at FM for real, fam. Yeah, man, he got at him out of nowhere. Oh, that that was a nice move. Oh yeah, that was, man. That was. They got to put a replay on that while the fight was going. All right, so now here's Ming circling Walker around. All right, okay, there it is, man. Oh, there's a flying knee right there by Johnny Walker. All right, so this is the picture I wanted to show you guys, right? Look right here. Look at the Brazilian and American flag, right? This is the size of the guys that I train with. That's me on the gray shirt right there underneath the American flag. Okay, so if you think MMA Guru is going to weight bully me, you really should see how I sparred with these guys before. Oh, wow. There's Ming Yang right there. So I just need you to, kind of put that in perspective, right? Like that dude is 6'6". He's a basketball player who became a fighter. And then the dude with his shirt off is a regular jiu-jitsu competitor, Andrew Salzman. So, and then there's Donald Thomas, the former Sac State basketball player who became, a fighter. So, yeah. Male 2010. Yeah. So I've been training with big guys for a long time is what I'm trying to, convey to you guys. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was not a nice move. What was not a nice move from Walker or from Zhang? Wow, okay, yeah, the corner of Walker seems to be proud of that round. Is that Eric Nixick in his corner? Okay, wow, okay. I thought he was still with SBG Ireland. I guess not. He's sort of like a guy that moves around the gyms. Yeah, he shot right off the. Oh, okay, that's what you meant by that was not a good move. Yeah, so more than likely, probably on the part of Walker, and then he gets elbowed right here. Yeah, so look, guys, I've trained with bigger people, right? So if I was to fight MMA Guru, uh, it would not be a problem. In fact, smaller guys are the ones that would probably present more of the worst problems for me than a guy that is as big as MMA Guru, especially smaller guys that are skilled. Like someone who's like an Ilya Tapora or something like that. You know what I mean? All right, so round 2, here we go. Fresh Melon Juice says Walker's takedowns instead of fist bump, typical Kamzat move. I mean, is that what Kamzat does? He kind of fakes the fist bump, and I don't know, man. But look, you guys understand that all people do when they are, fist bumping you is to measure your distance. You ever seen a Tom Aspinall Cage Warriors fight where he puts his shoulder onto a guy like this? You know how when they have you face off pre-fight and, the referee's giving you instructions? He's putting his hands in his shoulder like this. You know what Tom Aspinall is doing when he's doing this? What he's doing is he's trying to like, hey, you know what? I'm going to hold on to your shoulder so I know where to punch. I know the distance from you. You know what I mean? Like, I know the distance from you. Like, that's the reason why he's doing that. So that's all that fist bumps and all these, face-off touchings really do is just, make you vulnerable to range measurement. Okay, so there's a nice leg kick right there by Ming Yang. Oh, there's Walker. Oh, Walker just hurt him with that one. Oh, my goodness. Walker is going to hurt him. Walker just hurted him. Walker just finished him right now. I think he's going to finish him. He leg kicked him, and then now he's going to finish him. And now he has no answer for it. And Mark Goddard is not even stopping the fight, man. He should be stopping the fight right now. He's begging him. It's like as if he's pleading with him to fight back. Mark Goddard, you got to get in there, man. He's getting battered right now, but he is defending himself. So maybe Mark Goddard is seeing something that we're not seeing right now. Oh, look at this big shot. What is this? Mark Goddard is not doing anything. He's saying fight back. That is it. Wow. Wow. Wow, man. Walker with the finish. I was so wrong about this, man. I was so wrong about this. Walker had an incredible finish on this one, man. Wow, man, he got an incredible finish right here, man. Wow. Fresh Melon Juice says USA, USA. Well, he's not an American fighter, fool. I don't know why you would say that USA, USA. He's not an American fighter, my man. But I tell you what, it is great that he was able to humiliate Ming Yang in his own backyard. I'm not gonna lie and act like that's not awesome because it is. So yeah, that's where I stand on that. So all right, man. Yeah, right on the perennial nerve. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how tough you are. Once you get hit right in those shins, which is what Johnny Walker just did to Zhang, you will go out and as soon. Wow, man. Amazing, man. Wow, that was a good win for Johnny Walker for sure, man. Great comeback on his part to be able to win that. Johnny Walker with the win. That was an insane fight, man. Yeah, one calf kick is what changed the whole entire fight. Right there was that one calf kick. All right. So, yeah, big one for Dagestani Walker. Fresh Melon, she says, big one for Walker. He's back. Was it a mistake not to stand him up? Couldn't he just stand up and continue leg kicking? Well, I tell you what, man, all it took was that one calf kick to put down Zhang
And Walker, man, listen, he was getting battered with some leg kicks himself during the fight. Now, how about this? In the first round, he tried to do what Chimaev tried to shoot in literally in the first second of the fight while there was a fist bump going on. Now, some will argue that, you know what, a fist bump is nothing more than just range finding, and I tend to agree with that. I also think that when someone is touching your shoulder like this, pre-fight face-off, while the referee's giving you instructions, they're literally measuring your range, right? So, yeah, that's why I wouldn't do any fist bumps or any touching of that matter before a pre-fight face-off or anything like that, or even a fist bump before the fight itself. Why? Because you are susceptible to a lot of things that you should not be susceptible to, such as range finding. But on any regard, it was a great back and forth. Obviously, the first round, I give it to Zhang. But then in the second round, here comes Johnny Walker, which is one kick and ultimately changes the entire dynamic of the game. Now, here's another thing that I was sort of concerned about, right? I felt like Mark Goddard was letting the shots go way too much. And I thought to myself, man, listen, this is not smart for him to allow these shots to continue on and continue on. But he gave Zhang an opportunity to try and fight back. And as a result, he wasn't able to comply. And, well, there it is. Now, congratulations to Johnny Walker. He got the win. And Zhang, unfortunately, took a big loss in his hometown. So, okay, we talked about the controversy of the stoppage with Mark Goddard. What was he thinking, right? We talked about the leg kicks, right? The comeback of Johnny Walker and being the fact that, hey, you know what? He's a 50-50 kind of fighter, a blood and guts, do or die type of fighter. And it really reflects upon his fighting and the results of his fights. And this is one of them. So that is the Johnny Walker fight. What is next for him? I think he's just going to continue to be in fun fights. He's not going to be a title contender anytime soon. For crying out loud, this was number 13 versus number 14. Still, they are ranked nonetheless. It is a great fight because of that, a ranking involved, but it's not top 10, and that's indicative of the performance overall, even though it was a very entertaining fight. Brian Ortega got outstruck by Aljamain Sterling, and at the end, Aljamain Sterling was actually able to land a leg kick. And then on top of it, how about just the nasty tweets that his ex had said after, saying that, well, this is what happens when you don't, really want to change or don't really make an effort to, be a grown man and try something new or something different, something to that extent. But this, that, and the other. But yeah, on any regard, great performance by Aljamain Sterling. Outstruck him and then outgrappled him in the end. That was the story of the fight. Sergey Pavlovich gets a decision over Waldo Acosta. And what else? What else did we have in the in the whole card? We're going to go through the whole card right now to kind of give you the results and the outcomes. So where were we? Sergey Pavlovich by decision. Sumudaerji gets a decision over Kevin Borjas, right? Just using his range all throughout the fight. Better striking in that regard. Was able to use his movement, stance switching, and creative striking that was a little bit too unconventional for Kevin Borjas. Now, to Nueraji versus Crosbie. Nueraji gets a knockout first round TKO against Crosbie. I mean, wow, that was
Okay, so let me read some of the comments right here. Big one for Walker. He's back. Yeah, but not necessarily a top 10 guy or anything like that. Was it a mistake to stand him up and couldn't stand up yet? Continued licking him, hug him, and sing lullabies. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. You know, you ain't got to do all of that. Well, all right. So with that in mind, guys, listen, that is all that I really have for this one tonight. Listen, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. It's been an amazing night of fights. So, yeah, has the fight started? My dad says, I mean, it's more than just started. So, yeah. Okay. Before I go, I'm going to go through the whole full cards, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give just the portion of the main cards in the video that I'm going to put, and then in there I'm going to tell them to come here for the full card, you know, for the full card breakdown. So, okay, let me go right here. So, okay, full card recap. Okay, so okay, so where did we leave off? Okay, so Crosbie, yeah, he knocks out Crosbie, and that is the main card. So let's go to the prelims. Okay, in the prelims, Maheshate gets a decision over Gage Young. The takedowns that Gage Young had gotten here obviously was, I think, the reason why he won this fight. Okay, the grappling of Gage Young is what ultimately won him this fight. The striking was also on his side, so shout out to him. Charles Johnson, out of nowhere, he knocks out loner Kavanagh. Kavanagh came in here undefeated, had a lot of hype, great spinning back kicks that he came with. Out of nowhere, Charles gets him, and then that's MMA for you, man. It just comes out of nowhere, and you never know how it's going to go down. Zhang versus Austin Hubbard obviously gets a decision off of him. Even with the few takedowns that he got, it wasn't enough. The striking percentage on Zhang is what did him no wrong. Now, how about this? Michel Pereira getting knocked out by Kyle Daukaus out of nowhere, right? It knocks him out. And I think that Michel Pereira just goes and plays around too much, and I think this time it really cost him. Yizha gets a first-round knockout against Weston Nelson. Yu Su Young gets the decision earlier tonight, and then also Yuron Satybaldiev gets a decision over, gets a submission over Dr. The first fight of the night right there. So that is the results of the fights tonight. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hopefully, you guys enjoy the fights. I definitely enjoy the fights. I'm actually about to release the video right now, actually. You know what? Before I go, why don't I just go and release this video before I head out? That's what I'm going to do right now. Okay. So all right, so they're going to have the post show. All right. Just comeback win. Comeback win. All right, so now I just got to make a thumbnail for that one. Oh, hold on. Let me answer these questions. I'm sick of these ads now. Kyrie went big on us. Well, hey, man, you know what? What was the longest you've ever stayed awake, Kyrie? Probably in the... Yeah. That's hands down, right? That's those are just one of those jobs where you're going to have to have those types of nights. But obviously, as you get older and when you get out, it's not something that is feasible for you, especially not as a competitive athlete, right? Or just even outside of that, just a person that's just trying to live for the sake of longevity and whatnot. So yeah, those are not exactly conducive means to that end. So yes, yeah. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find any. But yeah, man. As I'm just going over, the last of the preparations that I'm doing for my post-fight videos. Yeah, just write any questions you guys have while we take this one home tonight, right? So, okay, let's see here. Okay. Let me see if I can take this photo right here. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. So, did they give you supplement? Well, you MREs in the Navy. I've heard special forces guys getting all kinds of stuff to be alert in missions. I can't confirm or deny that. I'll just say that right now. Redwan says, I don't understand how people are shocked by Zhang losing. This guy loses to a fraud Askar Maskarov that changed his entire name and record to get signed by the UFC by KO. Okay. Pretty interesting take on that one, Ridwan. That's right. He was a sailor. Yes. Oh, okay. Who was a sailor? Are you talking about yourself, Fresh? You were a sailor, 14-year-old sailor, 300-pound Navy SEAL / all of that. I mean, yeah, smooth right there. Okay. Yeah, man. All right. Well, the best thumbnail to put for this one is I'm just going to write, hey, he's back, right? That's really the best way to put it. He's back. Yeah, now they're talking about what they think about Brian Ortega's future now and whatnot. So okay, font. Hey, there's who is that guy? What's his name? Alan Joban. Yeah, my boy was supposed to fight Alan Joban back in the days. Donald Robertson, right? They were supposed to fight. I don't know what happened. No, wait, I think they did fight, actually. They did fight. Yeah. They fought and they went to a decision, obviously, going in the way of homeboy here, Alan Joban. But yeah. Okay. All right. Is anyone even doing any post shows on this? I would imagine a lot of the American media is not up for this right now, but that is the reason why I'm precisely up for it, is because you know what? You got to do something that is different than everybody else, right? So sometimes you got to, get in there and be first type of thing too. That's also another thing, that you kind of want to, take into consideration. So, yeah. Okay, so all right, so let's see if that video has been uploaded right now. So, oh wait, hold on, let me see some of the chats here. Okay, Fresh always says you're in the Navy. Oh, okay. He's saying that, okay, he was. Your consistency is going to pay off, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. Just trying to get in there and grind. And, it is people like you that motivate me, to do that, right? Somebody that you don't know from a can of paint in Sacramento, and you absolutely believe in me about it. Yeah, man, that is absolutely, big, for me. You know what I mean? So I really honor that in a genuine way. And yeah, man, look at this, man. I'm getting all challenge commercials now, in terms of like butter, that butter commercial that they got going on. So that's sweet. That's sweet for sure. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the video to upload before I leave. So yeah, just bear with me, guys. Okay, so the video is uploaded. All right. Okay, so the video is up right now, guys. Go check it out. Let me see. There's a post fight that I can go check out right now. Post fight press conference. Okay. All right, there he is.
There it is, guys. Go check out the new video that I got out right now. I suppose we could do, let's see here. Okay, he says, I can't wait to hear your take on Jesse Lee Peterson. You know, I can't wait to research him up. Haas says, Johnny Walker looked good, man. He looked improved on his defense, even his takedowns. I think he beats Jan. Really? Okay, that's an interesting take. It's going to be amazing. Fresh Melon, who says, I think Walker got some extra energy and motivation from his brother's success. Yeah, bro, his brother is a beast at heavyweight, right? So, yeah, can't sleep on his brother. Haha, amazing. Yeah, what the beta? What do you mean? I was going to say beta fresh. Yeah, I don't know what you were, referring to on that one. If you could provide, some context on that. But, yeah, so, okay. Okay, so, all right, the video is dropped now. Guys, go check it out. Johnny Walker is back with the recap that I just did right now. Yeah, go check it out right now, guys. You'll get it once you watch him. Oh, okay. So it's a little inside thing that you guys have going on right now. Okay, all right, interesting. Who won, guys? Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker, it was a big upset tonight. So, Johnny Walker and Aljo won tonight. So, yeah, there's that. Guys, go check out my video right now, okay? It's out right now. Go check out my video. Johnny Walker is back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and amazing. Go check out the video that I have, by the way. Okay, it's out right now. I need to put some views on it. So if you can, please, you are welcome to, get in there and, yeah, and do the dang thing. So Johnny Walker is getting interviewed in the back right now. So, yeah, guys, go check out that video, my new video out right now. So, thanks for always doing these, man. Get some rest, and we'll talk, Jesse, later on today. We'll do. All right, so with that in mind, I will see you guys in the next stream, in the next content, in my next video that I have out right now that I need you guys to go see. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. That's a very good point that the president of UFC's relations in Asia just made, right? He said that even though Johnny Walker was the away fighter, that the crowd still enjoyed it. And you know what that showed me? That showed me that these people are real hardcore fans about the sport of MMA, and I think that's beautiful. Now, look, I got to tell you, man, there's a lot of things that I don't politically agree with China. There's also a lot of crimes against humanity that they've committed to my fellow Muslim brothers there. But when it comes to the Chinese people, which I will separate from the government, even though some can see one in the same, I will separate the people from the government, and I will say that the people are true martial arts
advocates and true martial arts enthusiasts, and they also have a history of martial arts on their own. So Marty Miller says, have a good one, fellas. Xiao, shout outs to Marty Miller, Fresh Melon Juice, Amazing G, HUHQ, Ridwan, my Dada, a whole bunch of people that are in here. Antonio from earlier, just a whole bunch of too many people named. But on any regard, guys, that is all that I have for you on this one. Go check out my video. Please run up the video likes on that one. Open it up with a few tabs if you have to. And shout out to my UK guy, Castro. Shout out to Castro, man. See you guys. All right. Have a good one. Good night and good morning wherever you are and anywhere in the world. Check out this outro.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all